and Kevin's show. All right, let's.
Hi friends, good evening. This is Ankit, your host from Delhi, and welcome to IBM TV special show on COVID. We have Nicholas Palveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good evening, good morning, and good morning to American around the world. And I think we all are trying to keep ourselves safe and isolated, and that is what the need of an hour. And as today is Monday, so we do a Monday Economics special show with our superb guest lined up today, and we have Robert already joined us. Hi, good morning.
We can't hear Robert. Let me unmute. There you go.
Okay,
good morning.
There we go.
How are you?
We got you,
Thank
Robert.
you for having me.
Oh, thank you for coming. Where are you at, Robert?
I'm in Rome, and basically I'm in my office back from it's the first day of liberation. I would say it's the first day after lockdown.
Wow! Well,
The official first day after
congratulations.
lockdown.
So happy May Day over the weekend and celebrating, and congratulations.
Well,
Wow.
60 more. I mean, I think I've never been out of the office for 60 days in a row without. I mean, unless it was for work, but
yeah.
I mean, at home for 60 days, never in my life. Not even when I was at first grade or something like that.
Wow. I was just in your country in October, a couple of months ago. Yeah, matter of fact, we flew into Florence. This is pre-Corona. Otherwise, I call it BC, before Corona, as opposed to AD after it's done. So the thing is, that'll be the new thing. But I was actually flew into Florence, and Florence is just an absolutely gorgeous city, and then went to Rome. So I got to spend some time in Rome, doing the tourist stuff. Then went up to Venice. I had meetings also, of course, and then went to Siena, Padua, back to Florence, and then came back. As a matter of fact, we had plans to go again this summer to Milano, and then we heard this thing called COVID-19, and Italy was having all these problems. I said, we were just there. I was in Venice before the floods. I left Venice and it flooded. I left Rome, and then Italy had all these problems. So I'm wondering when will we be able to go back to Italy? What's the story?
No, actually, I mean, there are of course still restrictions to travels from outside. There is a mandatory quarantine period when you enter the country. But in principle, if there is some reason for to travel to Italy, it's pretty. I mean, it's allowed at the end of the day. And the law speaks about justified reason, but if bringing money to Italy is always a justified to allow somebody.
Well, you guys have all the good artwork. That's the reason I went. The Medici has all the nice artwork in Florence, and I wanted to go see the Uffizi Museum and the Sistine Chapel. You guys have a monopoly on all the best artwork in the world, so I wanted to go out and see some of the artwork. And now my wife loves it because the food's good, the art's good, the entertainment's good, but the next thing we heard, everybody's dying over there. So it's certainly good to hear from you, because I thought everybody was dead over in Italy, And how's the coronavirus doing right now over there?
Well, the virus is slowing down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's because we took all the necessary measures. The virus actually hit the north, but the south has been almost spared, I would say. Which, I mean, I'm from the south, so it's a very important. I mean, it's an important issue for me. And southern Italy is a little bit more complicated than northern Italy, and everybody had this idea that if the virus would spread also to the south, that would be a disaster. But at the end of the day, everything is slowing down. We still have a lot of deaths from my point of view. I think yesterday we had around 300 deaths for coronavirus or connected to coronavirus. But we are starting the after the DC, the dopo coronavirus, after coronavirus phase now, which will be complicated because our economy is already slowing down. And since, as you said, we are mainly, I mean, one of our biggest industries is tourism, we will have problems.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not so convinced that even if you're large in to travel to Italy, I mean, who would think to travel around the globe to just see? Although I mean, I understand that the Sistine Chapel is fantastic and whatever, but usually you have to queue something like 2 hours just to think to enter into the premises. And I don't think that nobody wants to queue in the middle of Rome.
Oh yeah,
with
yeah.
just going around.
Yeah, all the art museums are very crowded, and it's very big. So tell me, what do you do over in Rome? What sort of work do you do?
I'm a lawyer. I'm a partner at a law firm called Quorum.
Yes.
Which is basically one of those a law firm on the Anglo-Saxon, like an Anglo-Saxon law firm. So we are 360 full services law firm, and I'm personally from the corporate department. We have basically 4 departments. One is labor law, because we have a great history with labor law. Then we have tax. Then we have corporate, which is almost everything else. And then we have, of course, litigation.
Right. Yeah. I actually, my background is law also. I'm actually a member of the Florida Bar, licensed to practice before the United States Supreme Court, and even have a client that has a house in Italy that they were trying to disinherit their child. And my client told me, in Italy, you're not allowed to disinherit your children. I said, is that?
No. The idea is that we have this idea. We have. I mean, I just got an article from another U.S. lawyer who basically sent me this article saying the big problem of Italy is that it's ruled by communists, which is not true. But it goes back to the idea that you in the U.S. usually have of what communist means, and while the Italian way is that we love that the states pay us and gives us money, and we have these strange ideas where inheritance cannot be. I mean, has to be shared with all the entitled people and so on, so that nobody gets basically left out. In principle, that's true. It depends. There are some ways to disinherit somebody.
That's
It's not easy. I mean, it's one of this. It's well, I mean, I have this. My father is also a lawyer. Well, that's we have it in the family, and I'm 5th or 6th generation. So we are a very, very boring family.
Right.
So my father, when my father, he works in Naples, I work in Rome. We don't work together for the sanity of my mother, most of the time when he comes to discuss a case at higher court, he calls me because he feels lonely. He doesn't like to wait. So I basically keep him company and stay with him all day long. And one day, it was almost my 45th birthday. Actually, the day before my 45th birthday, and the guy before my father, the lawyer before my father, the case before the one my father was going to discuss, was discussed by another lawyer with the same surname, which is not so common that we have. And the funny thing that was that it was an inheritance case, and the starting of the case was the same year as I was born.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, the case was 45 years old.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
So
law practice.
that's I usually tell my clients, do you want to enter into an inheritance fight? Remember that I was 45 and we were still discussing it.
Yeah,
I can't imagine. We have cases that go on forever here, but we try to fast track them. But I had a lawyer one time. I was in a little dispute with a big company, and he said, "You know what? You can take us to court, and you're going to win, but we're going to keep appealing and appealing and appealing, and it's going to drag out for 5 or 6 years. Is it worth it?"
Yeah.
I'm just asleep. Golly gee, no.
Well, I mean, I have to be honest. I mean, things are changing, and one of the main problems in Italy is money recovering. If you're a foreigner, usually the thing which you don't want to be stopped by somebody, and actually, I do the same thing when I go abroad. I mean, I don't want to listen to all the mumbo jumbo. Well, we are a peculiar land, or we have our rules. If I want my money back, I want my money back, and I want it fast. And this has been a problem, and we always have had a problem with our clients that explain, listen, we have 3 different you have to go to tribunal, then there is the appeal, and then there's high court, and so on. It will take a lot of time. But I have to be honest, in the last 5 to 6 years, at least the first distance is cutting times, and it's going faster, which in our way it's 1 to 2 years. Of course, there are cards in the south where you can wait at least 3 to 5 years just to have a first degree decision, which can be appealed, and so on.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
the bankers, the Medici and Florence were big bankers back then, and they had to go do collections. What they did is they brought an army of people in a catapult, and that's how they collected. So they had a different collection method. It was invented by Leonardo da Vinci.
It's
a little catapult throws the little catapult.
Boot idea. We're going to put a boot and just boot people.
Well, they had a hard time collecting. Now you just bring an army of lawyers and you send the lawyers after them, and then you collect, right?
That's actually this is the reason why the word bankrupt, when it comes to the bankruptcy, it's from Florence, because when they went to collect money and the guy couldn't actually pay his debt, they would basically destroy his bank at the fair, at the market. So he couldn't do any business anymore. So that bankrupt means literally to break the bank. The desk, basically.
Oh, okay. See,
we don't do it that way in the U.S. You don't have to pay anybody, and you get a fresh start. They kind of they erase the board or erase the sand, and you start over. So, but to me, it's bad because all of these people you don't have to pay. Now they're out of money. They're out of the stimulus that they needed for the economy. So I don't like it. I don't like the way it's driven, because too many people get they're small businesses too, or some are, and the banks will discharge all of their debt and say you don't have to pay anybody back.
Well, it's challenging because there's different forms of bankruptcy. J. Crew just filed for Chapter 11, and here's what they do: they converted debt to equity. Yeah. Okay. Now that's a nice little plan, because in debt, you've got to continue to make payments to your debtor on whatever interest rate that you agreed upon. Equity means you get paid whenever by the stock, and it can be whenever. So that's just one form of reorganization. But I find it very interesting because when we cross borders, things are totally different. I'm going to have to balance.
I want to ask something, Roberto. Nick dived on us. We beam in and out here because of technology sometimes, but the show keeps going. So in Rome, what are some of the things you're doing to help maybe some of the small businesses get back on track? You said it's been 60 days. I'm sure it was difficult for you. Because even though you probably could work from home, a lot of revenue was not being generated. So how are you guys getting back?
Well, the Italian state, I mean, the Italian government actually has started a couple of programs. One is assistance to basically to employees, where employees are paid partially from the state for a period. That's something, going back to the communist idea or the socialist idea that you have in the US, we have what's called Cassa Integrazione, which is a program where if if a company is not doing well, is on the verge of bankruptcy, they can basically ask the state to pay some of the wages of the employees, so that the employees don't get fired immediately or before layouts and so on. And this is one of the first things which has been done. And then we have, I mean, the state has started a program of bank guarantee, bank loans with the guarantee of there are other minor programs, but in principle, the idea. Well, we have a different approach as other countries in Europe, like Germany, where money has been given directly to companies and to professionals and whatever. We are trying actually to find a way to have liquidity, to have a cash flow going into the companies. To be absolutely honest, it's still very, very. It's a drop in the sea. I mean, we need lot more resources, but a lot more. And
because everything stopped. The revenue stream and everything stopped. And when you stop that revenue stream, especially in the communities, that's when you really, to me, that's when you start to choke the economy in any city or any country, is when that money stops flowing, right? And so, you know, and again, I'm so glad to hear that you guys are getting back on track. There were so many sad stories about what was happening there, and very devastating. But great. Go ahead.
Is it a normal life in Italy, or you are, doing it stage by stage reentry? Maybe stage 1, stage 2, or phase 3, things like that, or is it everything is normal now?
No, we are going step by step. There is a problem. We are mimicking a federal state, so some of the rules are provided by the federal. Let's call it federal state. We are not a federal state at all, but we have some kind of local division, and then you have the regions, and the regions. Some of the regions have, based on the rules given by the government, are taking some different measures on a local level because of how much, I mean, the virus has spread in the region. There are a couple of regions where basically they have no case since last week. So, and they had in any case, and they had few cases in general. There are other regions where you have a lot of cases till now. So there are some differences. For example, in Milan, I think in Milan they're going to open barbershops, which I have a problem with. And while in Rome, I think barbershops will be opened not earlier than next month, which will be, then it will be absolutely a problem.
So that's an essential. That's an essential now, right? We've been without a haircut for 60 days. That's an essential. We need to open the barber.
Yeah. Well, I know. I mean, in the South, I have rumors. Let's say that in the South, especially the ladies, have actually been visited by a hairdresser, by a hairdresser visited somehow, which was actually forbidden. But so it's actually, I still have problems with people who has perfect hair after 60 days in lockdown. There must be something which is not working.
So no, there's tricks to the trade, okay? And this is what I tell people. I'm not going to go see my hairdresser. So my hair was cut up to here when we started. And I said, you're going to see my hair grow. Now, I locked down in America. I locked down about 2 to 3 weeks before America did because I was reading the reports and I got scared. So I stocked up my house and I locked us down here because we live in the country. But I tell people, we women have their tricks. Okay, so if touch up the gray hair. I heard in some places the hairdresser would deliver the hair root color, right? Just leave it at your doorstep, drive by, drop it off. So there are various things, but yeah, I mean, but what people don't understand about a hairdresser, they're your therapist. This is what I shouldn't tell you lawyers this. This is what I tell people. You shouldn't go subpoena our spouses or our best friend. It's in my book, actually.
Well,
you shouldn't go subpoena. You should subpoena the hairdresser, not even our therapist.
Yeah.
Our hairdresser hears everything. Like they start cutting your hair and it's like hypnotizing you or something. And there's, and next thing you know, you just tell them at 2 to 3 hours, you're there for 2 or 3 hours and it's better than a couch. I mean, it's just.
Yeah. Well, legal systems differ a lot from country to country. So, when somebody asks me about, well, I've got property in Italy or something like that, I go, I have no clue how it works as it goes over there. Rakesh just joined us from Hong Kong. So the thing is, speaking about another legal system over in Hong Kong, which is totally different as well. And one of the problems I've seen, Robert, is that, they'll ask me about like the properties they have over in Italy. And I go, I don't have a clue, what to do over there because the laws are totally different. And frankly, Italian law controls, related to real estate. Do you have the same problem there with your Italian clients asking about American corporate law?
Always, every day. And then there is this idea that basically the law is the same.
Yeah.
Wherever you go. I think if somebody comes out with, well, I have land on Mars, the law of Mars, and you actually, they get very upset if you don't answer completely and immediately.
Right. Yeah, they expect you to know everything about that.
Yeah. And the other thing is that, especially, commercial law and corporate law and civil law is a little bit unknown to the public.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go, in the domain of criminal law, everybody knows everything about how it works in the US, but not in Italy usually.
Right.
And it's fun because you hear people, and I have a very good friend who is an Italian criminal lawyer, and he usually says, he got clients which are basically asking to take the fifth, and there is no the fifth in Italy.
Oh, there's no fifth in Italy. I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool.
So they actually say, oh, I don't want to incriminate myself. You don't have this privilege in Italy. You can incriminate yourself.
They're watching too much American TV. They're watching way too much American TV.
Yeah, usually what we say, it's a kind of joke we do with this friend of mine, is that we have been destroyed by law and order.
Right. Yeah. I mean, law and order and everything works that way. Yeah, I'll take the fifth, and if there is no fifth in Italy, that's very interesting. Actually, when I was in law school, I went to the University of Miami, and the University of Miami had an exchange program with Oxford in England. So I had part of my law training actually in Oxford at St. Edmund's Hall, which to me was a great experience because it was the first time I went overseas to Europe. And I'll never forget that the courses were comparative law, between the United States and the United Kingdom, which actually a lot of it was very similar because it's common law. As you move over to France, and I only spent 1 day in France and didn't know what I was doing, so I was homeless for a day. I missed my bus, and I know parlez-vous français net. So the thing is, they have a whole different set of laws, Napoleonic Code. And then if you go to these other countries, they even have different sets of law. Like you just said, I had no idea there's no Fifth Amendment rights in Italy. That would be very clever. I mean, that's very interesting. And the thing is, there's nothing much about Italian law here in the United States. We don't get anything about it. I just hear about it from some of my clients, but I just tell them, you got to go find an attorney in Italy to answer your questions, because
actually the real truth is that you have a lot of Italian from Roman. Roman.
Yes.
Actually, the funny thing is that it's sometimes how history evolves is bizarre. Common law is basically the law as the Roman as the Roman thought the law was going to be made and basically judged and so on and so on. So your system is the real Roman system somehow.
Mm-hmm.
And while in Italy, as always, we love foreign things, and so we imported the French system, because the so-called code civil system is something which is it's code from Napoleon. The code Napoleon was the first code in Europe, and we thought, why do we have this perfect system based on case law, which works perfectly? And we decided, no, French law is better, like French cuisine, like French wine. So basically, you cannot eat anything straight. You have to drink wine which is yellow and so on. And while we have things which are way better than the French, then again, sorry.
Yeah, well, they have a real good program in the United States on Netflix, and maybe you'll see they're called the Medici. Okay, and what they did, Roberto, is they filmed Florence as their background. Okay, Florence in the 1500s looks the same as it does today. Seriously, I'm sitting there going like, are you kidding me? It's the same medieval look that 500 years they didn't destroy the city, where all the other cities, like even Paris has the core that they kept, but way in the background, you see these high-rise buildings, that are glass and steel. I didn't find any of the big high-rise glass and steel. They kept Florence the same. How were they able to keep Florence the same, these towns the same for 500 years?
I always suspected as well some kind of the Germans and the US during World War II. Because the only part which has not been completely bombed is actually Tuscany. Yes. And I understand that both Germans and Americans love the Tuscany, so there must be some kind of conspiracy theory.
A conspiracy. Keep the artwork going there. Well, the thing is...
plenty of conspiracy theories now.
Hey, Roberto, some of the cities are absolutely amazing, and I'll just pick on Venice because we were there for a while. It was crowded. That was the only thing I didn't like about it. Now I'd like going because it's not crowded. I can't.
I saw pictures of Venice in the last few days. Now there is somebody around, but Venice without boats, without ships, without people, was amazing.
It's amazing.
There's clear water, dolphins. Fantastic.
But if Venice was in the United States, here's what they do, because you have to get there through a bridge and a boat. They would actually have you pay a parking fee to park your car, okay? And you'd have to pay like $50. They do this in Disney World. Then they charge you an entry fee to get on the island. Venice,
they are starting to charge an entry fee. But the entry fee is to avoid that. I mean, problem with Venice, Florence, Rome, somehow Naples, for example, Capri, which is in Ireland, in front of Naples, is that you have always these tourist groups, with all due respect, coming from Asia most of the time, which in 7 days they travel. In 7 days, they travel from Milan to Sicily, back to Milan, and they fly back home. And in the same day, I found out because I have a friend who she's a translator, so she was helping one of those groups, and in the same day they would see Naples, Capri, Sorrento, which is another seaside place, and Pompeii. So they would arrive in Naples at 8 o'clock in the morning and leave Naples at 6 o'clock in the morning. And by touring basically 4 different cities, I mean, Pompeii needs at best. Pompeii is it's the ancient Roman city which has been destroyed, of course, by the volcano. And Pompeii, best case scenario, if you don't rush it, you need 2 days to see Pompeii.
Really? Okay. All right. I have not been down to the south end yet. I went as far south as Florence, but I told my wife, I said, we got to go back to Italy. We missed too much. There was too much. You get the tour things over here, but until you get over there, you don't really find the things you want to see. There was a basilica called Santa Croce, and Santa Croce was absolutely fantastic. They have the remains of Machiavelli. They have Michelangelo's buried there, Galileo. I mean, they have all these famous people that are buried there in this big basilica with all these great artists that painted in Santa Croce. Until I got there and stumbled into it, I didn't know about it. It's almost like, and I read all the tour books, but it's almost like you have to go to Italy to experience Italy. You just can't do it by reading tour books.
I mean, there is even the most remote city in the most remote region of Italy, there's something which is either amazing or unbelievable to see. I mean, Italy is a very complicated place, but we have basically everything from the high mountains to we have hills. We have I mean, we experience everything basically because it's a very strict land, but it's a very long land. So basically, we have. I mean, we go from we have. If you want to compare, we have all 50 states in Italy, which is not even big as New York, more or less.
Right.
You can have places which are cold like Minnesota, places which are like Florida. I don't know. Wisconsin could be another place which you can find. Tuscany could be, Connecticut or something like this. And yeah, you have basically all the experience in just whole land. And the other problem, I mean, this is a good thing. The problem is that we have never been united until 1866, when basically the northern part, I mean, the Piemontese conquered all the rest of Italy. And this takes also, you say, how did they manage to keep all those things as they are? Because it was ruled by the state. I mean, each city was ruled by their own basically landlords and whatever, and everybody was very careful because this was their heritage, whatever. So which makes us which gives us now a lot of problems, because going back to how the lockdown is in Italy, that different regions have completely different approaches. And everybody, I mean, they have completely different ideas, they have different experiences, and which can be complicated to basically organize and to manage to keep the same route for everybody.
No, and I mean, I think Italy has seen the same thing that other countries have seen, like India, where they can actually see the Himalayas. You've got cleaner canals, like you were sharing with us. The streets are not probably as empty as they have been, but I just keep going to, maybe it was, something that we need to think about now that we're re-entering into the world. Maybe once a year we shut the world down to let it rest, right? Give the world a sabbatical. Don't use the canals, don't use the roadways, don't use our current gas mobiles. Use as much solar as we possibly can for 1 week, and give the world a chance to breathe again, because our ozone is cleaned up, the skies are clear. We're entering now, we'll re-enter a cleaner place too, right? Hopefully better habits, where our they always say keep our hands clean. In Italy, is there talk, because we have doctors from all over the world come on our show all week long, and it's interesting to hear all of them talk, and no one really has an idea for vaccine. Everybody is treatment oriented right now, and nobody has the same treatment for people, but they do have the same common thing that they say: keep your immunity up. That's the only way you can fight this, is to build your immunity, to help you prevent it. Doesn't mean it will, but it will help you fight it. Get a lot of vitamin D, absorb the sun as much as you can. They're finding that if they're putting their PPE equipment into the sun, that it actually sanitizes naturally the PPE, because they can't dispose of their PPE right now because there's not enough. So they're recycling their PPE as much as they can. But is there things like that in Italy, some conversations that you're having in Italy like that?
Well, basic conversation in Italy is social distancing, clean your hands, avoid contact, which for Italians is complicated.
Oh, I mean,
although I do have to be honest. I hate all this, the thing that when you meet somebody, you have to shake hands, kiss, grab, hug, and so. That's something I actually hate. I don't know if social distance, for me, social distance is not a problem. I mean, you
sound like my son. My son's the same way. Oh my gosh, I'm loving this. This is great. I don't have to worry about anything.
I have to be. I mean, with all due honesty, I mean, at the beginning, I was really scared to confess that it wasn't that hard for me not to basically hug everybody, kiss everybody, and nowadays I see that a lot of people says, "Wow, but maybe all this hugging, kissing wasn't that good." Yeah. But I never had the courage to say that.
What is it, Ankit?
So, Roberto, everyone is looking after Italy since January, I think, and everyone is watching what's happening in Italy. So there was a campaign sometime in January where Italians were not, feeling good with Chinese, and there was a campaign against Chinese guy.
Well,
do you know about the campaign?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Well,
because after the campaign, the cases in Italy spread out like anything.
Well, I mean, Chinese. I mean, we like to blame somebody. I mean, this is something very Italian, but I found out that it's something very human. I said a couple of things during this crisis. First of all, resilience, and we will go back. We will go back. We will fight. We are the only population in the world to fight. Either it's a not very true thing, not to say another word, or it's common to every human being. Because I saw the same advertisement for Italy, Germans, for Boris Johnson said it. President Trump said it. I also saw an advertisement in Nigeria, which said, "We the Nigerians are always restored to our resilience," and so on. So human beings are resilient. We try always, when there is a crisis, we try to recover, because that's what we are. We are human beings, and we try to go back to, or not back to normal, but sometimes we try to learn from what happened. Yeah. Although there's a famous Italian historian who says basically that history comes in cycles, and the real problem is that most of the time human beings do the same error in the same cycle. Hopefully not, but then again, now we are in the cycle where capitalism is dying, and it's the last empire. I mean, as the Roman Empire died, the British Empire died.
We rebuilt. And I want to show you what, go ahead, Ankit.
No, please go ahead.
No, I was just going to say where he's talking about Italy is resilient, because we watched in horror, and when we went into shutdown, what you were going through. We read letters from people in Italy, and tears in our eyes. So it's interesting to me when you say that, but I'll take a look now at your success. That you are re-entering, and we can look at the numbers and see that you've got 0 new cases being reported and 0 deaths being reported, which has got to be a wonderful reprieve. One of the things,
it's before 6 o'clock, because the new cases are declared at 6 o'clock. So.
At 6 o'clock, ours is noon every day, so I get it. So I pull up the most recent. So over the weekend, apparently, but and sometimes some places are not reporting on the weekend. But one of the things I noticed that Italy did that I think was helpful, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the amount of testing. You stepped up the testing, and I could see the tests that you did, and I think that helped curb and control the situation.
Actually, the big difference, we had 2 totally different experiences. One in the Lombardy region, which has been the worst, actually the worst, the biggest hotspot, and the other one in the Veneto region. They basically were they're right together. Actually, basically they are neighbors, and one of the big things which has been one of the big differences is that the Veneto region has done a lot of testing, and the spread in the Veneto region, I think also because they have been very, very good at testing, has been basically confined and limited. While in the Lombardy, the spread was very complicated. But I mean, Trump is blaming, for example, this one thing. Trump is blaming China for not being honest on the numbers. There are other countries. I mean, although I have to say, every government decides how to work, but not to go so far. Belgium, which in I saw some rankings where Belgium is declared one of the best countries where the pandemic has been treated, has been dealt with better, is one of the countries which has never disclosed the deaths. So, I mean, and again, numbers can be. I said it from the beginning, also in Italy. All these numbers, which are completely wrong. I mean, you have the raw numbers are completely useless, because I mean, deaths in Italy are counted not. We have, I think, 28,000 or something like this, but you don't know if they're dead because they had coronavirus or they died because they had other preconditions and coronavirus, which makes all the difference of the world at the end of the day.
I agree. And, here, our problem is that there are so many people dying, and they're not tagging it as a coronavirus death unless they have the test. And like in New York, there are 20 people a day that they're just pulling out of the apartments, and it's suspected that they're dying of COVID, but because they can't test them and they're not going to waste the test on deceased, we will never know. So you're right. I think the count is off for all of these different factors. And I also believe that they were never right in the beginning. Nick and his. But I'm going to share with you, Roberta, one of the things that bothered me is in the beginning, they kept saying the statistics was, 60,000. But I kept saying, wait a minute, the tests are 14 days late, right? So the raw data we were reading today was actually 14 days behind. So in my mind, and Nick and I did this one day, we calculated how many more people would there have been if we had the test results from the 14 days? And, Nick hit the nail on the head when we did the math, and, we were going to be hitting 300,000 in 3 weeks, and boom, here it was. So, but it was nice they were looking at data that was 14 days old, as opposed to, and you can't predict on 14-day-old data. You just
can't. But no, I mean, you not only you have 14-day-old data, then you compare it with people who's not sick anymore, which is basically, and there is always a difference between not having coronavirus and not being sick, because people who basically is declared sane, and then they have other 14 days of coronavirus in their bodies. Also, I mean, as a lawyer, I like definitions. So, and in order to have definitions, you have to have something which you're sure about, because otherwise, it's also, for example, people who is in intensive care and intubated in intensive care. I spoke with some doctors and physicians, and they said, "Well, listen, the first 15 days we sent to intensive care people, which we aren't sending with the same symptoms, which now we consider normal." So even I thought the intensive care was the real number to understand how the epidemic was going, but then I find out that actually also this number is not true, because people who wouldn't be sent, I mean, people who would be sent in 15 days ago is now held in a COVID environment, but they're not in intensive care. So we are speaking about numbers every day. For example, CNN had this banner with the numbers, which is kind of scary, but those numbers are completely nonsense at the end of the day. And I don't think that this will be, maybe in 10 years we can have some numbers that will make sense. But why should we? I mean, I understand that from a press point of view, the numbers, the growing of the numbers is something you can concentrate on. But maybe instead of speaking about today, there's been some pre-random guys in Southern Dakota, well, with all due respect to South Dakota and the 3 guys, which have now coronavirus patients. Why don't we think about how we find a solution to the coronavirus, and maybe we start to take the necessary measures to avoid that there will be no mom and pop shop in the US for at least the next 2 decades, or in Italy, that most of the bars, the rest, I mean, you can do whatever you want, for example, also for art economy. But do you really think that somebody would go to a restaurant where you have to sit, you can't sit in front from the other person, that you have a plexiglass wall between you and the people you're dining with, and so I don't know if I mean, economy can restart without really having a solution with the corona. I mean, from the medical point of view, because if we have to keep, I mean, social distancing, as I said, I don't care about social distancing, but if social distancing goes on, it will be impossible to live, actually, because if all the shops are open and everybody's queuing outside, there won't be space to queue anymore, or to walk the street anymore. So maybe concentrate on. I mean, I know that the virus. I mean, the vaccine is not. It's not 100%. It's not something 100% sure. AIDS has no vaccine at the end of the day, but I think this should be the priority at the end of the day. Because it solves a lot of problems.
Ultimately, they're going to have a vaccine. It'll probably be another year from now. So I'm already planning my trip to Italy next year. Okay, so
I'm going to show you how you're going to go. You got to see.
This is a much underrated place. The guide to the cathedral at Santa Croce.
I will send you a place which is 100 times better, which is the Cathedral of Naples.
because I haven't
your suit, with your helmet, with your laser.
Wow, what an underrated place, And well, we won't need all that stuff.
Yes, you will.
Not a year from now. A year from now or so, there's going to be a vaccine. So
I think this is how you need to travel.
Well, that's today. You're going to travel. Here's another underrated place. Okay, it is the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls. It's actually in Rome, in your city.
In Rome, yes.
Okay, here's the problem. I had to stumble onto this place because the travel guides, we have Rick Steves, he'll go real quick, and there's a place over here, and keeps going. And these places like this, St. Paul's and Santa Croce, you could spend a whole day. You could do a whole show. Seriously, just on Santa.
You can get arrested in them too if you do like Nick does and start taking pictures.
On St. Paul Basilica outside the walls. This is a really
they're taking pictures.
This is a really great place to visit. Same with Santa
and
Cruz.
Please go. Excuse me, Nick.
The problem, Robert, is gets all the press. St. Peter's Basilica. Everybody at St. Peter's.
And St. Peter is not. I mean, St. Peter is not.
It is beautiful.
Yeah,
the basilica is beautiful.
Don't get me wrong. But bloody St. Paul is buried in the other place outside the walls, and everybody. St. Paul was a big dude over here. I mean, he ran around, did all sorts of stuff, and they ignore this guy. They stick him outside the walls and forget about him. Come on. They need to bring this guy back to life here, and you got to find that place. Santa Croce, Machiavelli.
Santa. I have to be honest. I mean, Santa Croce in Italy is
all these people here.
Santa Croce in Italy is a big deal.
It's a big deal, definitely.
And how I found it, I got my hotel room, and we stumbled around, trying to look for the Duomo. Right, you can't miss it, except we could because we didn't know where we're lost. We hit this thing. It was huge. I was going, wow, this is big. It's got to be important. So we went inside at once. And then my wife goes, and they were just about to close. I said, we got to come back here. This place is big and important. That's how we found out about it. It gets no love here. I mean,
one of the clients of our law firm owns the market of Santa Croce, which is right behind the church.
Right.
And it's an amazing place where they basically offer food, and they try to basically offer local food and rediscover the old recipes, and it's a fantastic place, by the way.
Yeah, and the food was good everywhere we went. We went to every place meal. I'm glad you guys take my American Express credit card, okay? Because the thing is, we had everywhere we went. There was no bad food. You come to the United States, I guarantee you, go to enough restaurants, you're going to get some really bad food. It's going to taste bad. It's going to be bad. In Italy, every place had
absolutely.
I was going, what's wrong with you guys? Is everybody a chef over there?
Well, Nick, now you know an attorney. Now you know an attorney over there. So when the police tap you on the shoulder, you go, "Wait a minute, I know who to call. I'm going to call the attorney."
Well, we actually stayed at the Hotel Coronale. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Coronale, whatever the heck it was. Anyway, yeah, right. And it had good food there too at the hotel. You come over here, you go to hotels, you're going to get bad food.
One of the craziest things. People in Italy
is also very good.
People in Italy goes crazy for hamburgers, hot dogs, and the good American food. Which actually for us it's all your junk food.
It's all the junk food. Yeah, we oversell our junk food. We do. Come over here and get all the junk food, hot dogs with chili and coleslaw and onions, and that's a ball game. We sell the food with pork, right?
Okay, and then there's a McDonald's there. Why would anyone go to Rome and eat a bloody McDonald's?
because we grew up. I mean, my generation, and that's absolutely true. I mean, my generation, we grew up with all your TV series, Dukes of Hazzard, Happy Days.
Sorry.
Everything.
Watch
Yeah, I know. I get you. The milkshakes, the hamburgers, the dancing, and the fun.
We, as I said, Italians love whatever is foreign. So,
I was afraid of that.
Wow, we have
export all our bad products and people take them. That's
I also have friends who still are convinced that pizza is better in the US because New York pizza is better in the US. And they're Napolitans.
Italian
And
people?
they're Napolitans. And a couple of times I said, you will, I mean, I can't strip you for your citizenship, but I will ask the government to strip for your citizenship if you still pretend that pizza in New York is better. Although, I mean, I usually have pizza in Brooklyn, but it's a different thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw a ugly food or something like on Netflix. This is series on Netflix, which was about pizza, and they said something which is absolutely true. It's everybody has his own pizza. So at the end of the day, but the only thing I want to be, I mean, very very straight about is pizza comes from Naples, not Chicago.
Really, Naples?
Yeah, but everybody's convinced that they develop it in Chicago. No, it's not developed. There's nothing you have to develop.
So let me tell you what Chicago did. Chicago made it deep. Okay, very very deep, but no. So it came from Naples. Yeah, I
thought everything came from the United States. You know. So,
Nixon, a U.S. attorney, and if he could trademark everything in the U.S., he would.
Yeah, well, you know what I would do is I would buy the whole city of Florence, then put entry fees for anybody who wants to come in.
I agree with you. I agree. Florence is fantastic.
I can't.
There's been a huge discussion a couple of years about putting there is some kind of fee you pay when you pay your hotel.
Yeah,
I think it's €2 or something like this.
Right.
But there's been a huge discussion in Italy on how it's not to make money out of it,
sure,
but it's how to protect, as I said, from this one-day travel.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, they come in for a day, they leave. The tour guides.
Exactly.
But you know what? See, you guys in Italy were going, "Hey, it's not to make money." See, Americans, we don't really care. It is to make money.
What is it?
Well,
shut that down. Charge a fee. Make money.
Remember,
make Italy rich again. Make it powerful because you got all the best artwork, you got the best stuff in the world, and people will pay for it. When I was in Venice, I said, "Look, everybody, you go to Venice. Let's say it's $100. They pay out over $100 to go see Mickey Mouse. I mean, Mickey Mouse is all fake, but people will pay $100 to see it. Venice is real. They got real artwork. They have real academies. They got real stuff there. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Manic does namaste.
$100 to get in. And you know what, Roberto? Every people in America, we would all pay that to go to Venice. I mean, stop anybody.
I don't think
Italy would be rich.
I think it's gonna. We're all gonna have so much cabin fever. And welcome, Abhijit. Glad to have you here. We're talking business and rebuilding, and we got somebody from Italy, from Rome, who's sharing with us that
and they
reentry. They're celebrating it. Slow. They're doing it in stages, right? They're just not diving in. They're still waiting for the barbers to open.
I can't believe that.
But one of the things that, as a world, this is a global thing. And that's why we've got people from all over the world here. Rakesh is in Hong Kong. Abhijit is from India. So is Ankit. And they're both in the entrepreneurial world. And so one of the things is just how can we work together in the world, right? And become one, because this became a world problem and this won't be the last. And how can we share that data and protect each other? Because watching Italy almost die was devastating. Yeah. And maybe the media hyped it up more than it should have been. And maybe they didn't hype it up enough. But Italy was a very painful story. And to see you come out of the ashes, anew. But we need to talk about how we move forward. We don't want to trash our world again and litter it, but tourism's going to pick up.
Yeah.
I think Ankit is planning a tourism thing with one of our entrepreneur guys where they're going to do this journey from one place to the other. But, and I think it's going to be big. I think it's going to be bigger than it was
You definitely need the vaccine, and then because I was going to actually fly into Milan because Milan is the cheapest place to fly into. They have low landing fees. When you fly into Florence, it's a little runway, so they have to stop the airplane right away, or they're going to run into the Duomo. So they land, bang, and all of a sudden, burn! They put the brakes on. Okay, but so we're going to fly Milan. Then the coronavirus hit.
Well,
and you're like,
in Korea, somebody's invented a booth for the airports. I think they're testing them out now. Yeah. And you go in the booth, it sanitizes you from head to toe. It tests you.
Hong Kong.
Really?
Hong Kong? Okay. I thought I saw it in Korea, but you know how people label things as something different. But it's a booth, and you get in the booth. It sanitizes you. Again, I don't want to get sanitized with spray. It's got the ultraviolet rays well, and it tests you.
Really?
And this is how they're going to start. People are going to start traveling.
They're doing that in Hong Kong right now, Rakesh?
Yes.
I think
the staff are already using it, and soon it'll start for passengers too.
And you guys hardly have any coronavirus deaths.
4 deaths.
Last 14 days, 0 new cases.
Roberto, check these guys out in Hong Kong, man. These guys.
You know, Roberto, I kept remembering the Roman spirit, and I said the Italians will fight their way out of this. I was really confident.
You did. You said that. You did. You said the Italians will fight it out. So they did. It was
as I said, it's. I think it's one of the main qualities of human beings to overcome any kind of drama, and I mean, Europe has been through various pandemics, has been through wars, scarcity, famine, whatever you want. So at the end of the day, the only difference now is that everything is so interconnected and everything goes so fast that I don't know if we do have the time to really recover. Although I don't think we can never recover, fully recover, but I don't know if we have the time.
All right, here we go. So
time is slowing down now, you know. We're learning to slow down. So I wouldn't be too worried. My earliest experiences of Italians were the priests who taught us in my school. And they were lovely people. So I knew that these are a tough lot of people.
my wife and I wanted to move there. So we were going to move.
It is so beautiful. So friendly. The people are so friendly.
The people were friendly. The food was good. The art was
good.
And then this thing come from Wuhan, China. I don't even know where Wuhan, China is. I had to go look on a map. Where the heck is this place?
I know where Wuhan is.
What?
I've worked there a couple of times.
You've worked in Wuhan? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
I went on the Google and I found out where it is. It's like in the middle of China somewhere.
I had a big case, an arbitration case. I don't do litigation usually, but we had this big litigation for a client of one of my senior partners in Fuzhou, which is the next region.
Yes.
And from there, I was the Chinese ambassador, the Italian ambassador from the office in China. And so it happened that I was in Wuhan. Well, Wuhan is a small city, only 10 million citizens.
Yeah, only 10 million people.
It's a village.
Right, a little Chinese, 10 million
in the Chinese way of seeing things, it's a really a village. And, well, I mean, it's a normal Chinese city. Problem is that, I mean, to be honest, the problem is that I understand food is something which everybody likes, good food, but bat, really? I mean, eating bats.
Is that where they're eating bats?
Yeah, I mean, that if it's, I mean, if everything has started because a guy who ate a bat, I mean, to be honest, something makes no sense. I mean,
some guy eats a bat and everybody gets infected around the world. Well, you know, Roberto, one of the real problems is that there are so many people traveling internationally today that somebody gets sick in Wuhan, it goes all over the world today. Where years ago, that wasn't the case because we didn't have all this international travel. Like I was going to go visit Ankit. It's only $800 to go round trip from Raleigh, United States to New Delhi. I mean, you got to watch your flights, pick your flights. But frankly, you can spend very little to go. I went to Italy for less than $1,000 round trip. So, you can actually travel very inexpensively all over the world. So people are now going all over the world. And in the United States, when this lockdown took place, we had over 20,000 people locked down in Ecuador because Americans were traveling all over the world, and there were thousands of Americans all over the world during the lockdown.
Well, we had a solution for the Italians in Bolivia and Ecuador. We left them there.
We left them there, right? Yeah.
It's a perfect solution. They were complaining, but we left them there.
Yeah, left them there, right? Yeah, I mean, but see that's the real thing. And then we started the IBM TV channel about a year ago with Ankit, and we had Shambhu Parkar from Nepal on. And what we found out is that the broadcasting has changed. In other words, Ankit comes in as good as anybody here in the U.S. So do you, Roberto. In other words, the internet and the clarity of the videos and the audio is much better than it was 20 years ago. I mean, we just didn't have this 20 years ago. And Rakesh is over in Hong Kong, which is, the clarity on that, it's instantaneous. You can hear and talk to people, which 20, 30 years ago just wasn't the case. So, there's been a lot of changes demographically over the last 20 years in this area. So it's been, it's been very interesting. Oh, Dr. Yu has arrived to give us an update on good news, I hope, Dr. Yu, about solving the coronavirus. I wanted to travel to Italy to visit Roberto Soprano, who is a lawyer in Italy, because he's going to show me around Rome and Naples, which I've not been to.
You'll have the whole place to yourself.
Well, that's right.
Yeah. Nobody's at the Coliseum,
Yeah, no one's at the Coliseum. It's open.
Not anymore. Gates are open.
The lions are all infected with coronavirus, and so they just put them in people. It's all.
I mean, going back to how strange human race is. I mean, we have seen in the 60 days people who, but on one side there was people who started to love jogging. Mm-hmm. People who doesn't walk started to love jogging, and so we have a lot of joggers around, and so there was this campaign against jogger, so that people basically on balconies would call police and say, "There's a guy who was jogging right there." And
crazy! They're trying to help you.
Wait, you're arresting joggers in Italy? Is that what you're doing?
But I mean, there are a couple. If you go on the internet, there is one fantastic scene where they use a drone to basically chase a guy in a park to arrest him because he was in a park, no one around. He was in the park running, and there is another where you have 3 police cars, basically arresting. Stopping a guy who was sunbathing on a beach, and there was basically no one in something like 300 meters from the guy. So there are a couple of bizarre accidents. But one of the things is that everybody was really strict. Everybody was scared. So everybody was basically called the police because it was some random guy was walking down the street and he wasn't supposed to walk down the street. And then when there was basically the press conference of the Prime Minister, day after, basically Rome was as before. Everybody was with the mask, but everybody was on the street, walking, jogging, buying, talking. And the only difference now is that we don't have football, which is maybe the biggest problems we have now.
Yeah, but part of the reason why you had such a high mortality rate is Italy has a lot of old people. I mean, it's the second oldest country in the EU. So, and the coronavirus tends to hit older people over age 65, and you run a big nursing home. The whole country is a nursing home. I grew up in Florida, so I'm familiar.
Is in such a new place today. It's a huge celebration in my heart, because almost 2 months ago, near the time that I was actually shutting down, one of the infectious disease control directors was trying to go out to all the social media big hitters to share what was going on so that people would take this serious, because nobody in our leadership in our country was doing it. So I want to share a video of something that was, if it's just a minute or two clip, if I could, because
if you know how to do it, you have to.
Yes, I do. So so I'm going to share a video and let you guys see what a big difference this is based on what our infectious disease control doctor read. So just hold on just a minute.
Okay. Then I want to get to Dr. Yu, who gives me the solution to this, so I can go back traveling again.
So hold on just a second.
I'm tired of staying at home. It's over. I'm done. I want to go to Italy.
With me. I'm not going to turn the screen up so I can share. So just bear with me.
I'll have to go to the Bellini restaurant right here, man.
If you dress like a gladiator and you go to the Coliseum, nobody's going to turn you in. They're going to say, "Oh, this guy's a gladiator," right? Yeah.
Crazy American. Oh, this is on IBM TV. Okay, I want Bellini's restaurant, baby.
And this was an email that came out yesterday from one of the physicians in Milan at the largest hospital there. And he said, "I just got a very disturbing message from a cardiologist at one of the Milan's largest hospitals. They're deciding who they have to let die. They aren't screening the staff anymore because they need all hands on deck. And they have very small areas of the hospital dedicated to non-COVID. Everybody else is dedicated to COVID patients. So even if they're positive, meaning that they're sick, but they don't have a severe cough or fever, then they have to work." He says that they're seeing an alarming number of cases in the 40-something age range, and these are horrible cases. So we need to stop thinking that this is only an old person's disease. This is what's going to unfold, not just in Wuhan, it's unfolding in Milan, it's unfolding here in Seattle, and this is what's going to continue to rollingly unfold throughout the world.
Yeah, where did this rumor come from that it's an old person's disease? Is it just because the majority of the people that have died from it so far have died?
So, so there you go. I don't know if you heard all of that, but he was reading a letter from one of the hospitals in Milan, and he was sharing how they were having to decide who lives or who dies.
That's what actually doctors do every day.
I know they do that, but at a high volume rate. Like
I get that, but there's a lot of. I mean, it's not this. I mean, nobody knows anything about this.
No, it wasn't nothing negative. Here's the situation. It was nothing negative about Italy.
No.
Such the massive pain. And nobody was taking it serious in the U.S.
I agree.
Here's the thing.
That interview took place a week or two before Trump shut down. That interview, and the infectious disease doctors knew all of this information. They knew what was going on all over the world. But today, you are resilient. Your reentry. I mean, you're looking at the. But I flash back to that day because I was in tears.
I get your point, but I'm trying to say it's also for example, the thing that it's elderly people who is dying more than young people, or for example, black and brown people in the US has a higher rate to get coronavirus. I mean, again, numbers make sense if you can read the numbers. Elderly people, most of the time, has other kind of preconditions. There's also, I think, something which we have to think, again, going back what you said about climate change. Yes, we live longer, but why we're starting to have chronic diseases in our society, like obesity, like hypertension and things like this, which are completely normal for some parts of our society. And so yes, elderly people dies more the higher rate, but if they do have other preconditions, it's easier they die more. And black and brown people dies. There's a higher rate in the U.S. for black and brown people who gets the virus. Yes, if they are working the worst jobs in public, it's easier they get the coronavirus. If you're working in Wall Street and basically whatever you do is complete in a complete sanitized ward, it's more difficult to get the coronavirus. For example, I spoke with a friend of mine. She works for the Angola embassy here in Rome, and she said, "You know what? Curious thing, in Angola, most of the people who has the disease is rich people." Yes, because those are the guys who were traveling and they got coronavirus in Europe.
We could label real quick anything, can't we? We can put a stamp on anything. It's the rich people. It's the ones traveling. I said Italy got contaminated really bad because the travel between China and Italy is big because of the fashion market, and they manufacture in China.
With all due honesty, I think we screwed up.
I want to start traveling again. So
I use a very unpolite term. We screwed it up.
Dr. Yu, help us out here. When can I start traveling again?
Let me share my screen.
From tomorrow.
Okay.
If you want, you can travel from tomorrow, actually. You have to stay 14 days in quarantine in Florence, which I understand will be a great
month. Nick, plan a month, and you could go for 14 days and stay for 14 days, and then go quarantine for 14 days.
Yeah, because I was over in Italy in October. Then I was in New York.
Dr. Yu figured out the share screen. I just want everyone to know Dr. Yu figured it out.
Figured it out, so I want to get.
These stats are already outdated, but it does have a percentage of fatality if you get COVID. So you have a 19% chance of dying from the virus if you're critically ill. So, it doesn't matter if you're older or young. I mean, if you have a severe, like autoimmune disease, cancer, severe heart disease or diabetes, about 20% chance. And yes, age does matter. You got a 15% chance of dying. Now, combine age with critically ill, and that's why the majority are over 80 who have diabetes, heart disease, or cancer or autoimmune disease, because obviously their immune system is taxed, right? And the older you are, the less stem cell count you have, and stem cells can't repair your immune system. That's why when you get older, if you do get stem cell therapy, you need it from a young donor, right? And then 10.5% had cardiovascular heart disease, 10% diabetes or high blood sugar, 60% cancer or some type of lung disease like COPD or something. Only 0.9 had no underlying issues, but it can affect the young if you are immunocompromised. So, and then just to go back to what really heals the body, we're going to beat it with a dead horse, is boosting your immune system, right? High dose vitamin C, but of course, a lot of doctors get criticized on this when the research shows, hey, clearly Linus Pauling, 2-time Nobel Prize winner, touted vitamin C to decrease, cold symptoms, right? Ozone therapy's got a lot of criticism. Plenty of research on oxygen. Ozone therapy helps kill the virus. It revitalizes your lung tissue, creates nitric oxide, which also can kill the virus and strengthen your lungs. Zinc, it interferes with the RNA transcriptase, so the virus cannot replicate. Zinc has gotten criticism, but of course, the media is controlled by big pharma. They just want to say what new drug is in town, and of course, stem cell therapy. Read this. The patients in China, their symptoms of COVID reversed in 2 or 3 days. Amazing. And now there's a bunch of rapid approval FDA approved studies with stem cells for COVID in the US. But again, the media doesn't cover the positive news, the promise of. So again, guys, I wouldn't really be scared of going out if your immune system is strong. The bottom line is, eventually we're going to have herd immunity, where everyone goes out, and guess what? You're exposed, but if you're healthy, you're going to develop the antibodies and be immune to the virus. In fact, once you develop IgG, that means you've had the infection for like a month or more. And
the minute I put him on,
and sure, some people are going to die along the way, but you're going to die anyways being cooped up in your house, suicides going up. You're not exercising, so you're not getting as healthy. You're eating comfort foods. You're going to have more diabetes, stress, heart disease by being in your cave. The Neanderthals in Europe, they had bone disease. It's called rickets because they were in the caves during the Ice Age, and they didn't get vitamin D from the sun. They died of bone deformities. All the
people
that were captured in Africa, when they took them on the long journey, the boats to the U.S., their lips started cracking, their skin, because they didn't have vitamin C. They weren't eating oranges. It's called scurvy. So
that people on ships and the people in the submarines were having the same problem.
Exactly. So when people have these infectious diseases, they're like, oh, we need a drug, an antibiotic, antiviral. No, you need vitamins. You need vitamins. I'm sorry.
But, can I get my vitamins from this?
Yeah. So
hey?
Coca-Cola, you could clean your car acid battery with that.
Yeah. Pringles.
Pringles and your campfire. You throw it in the fire, they'll explode. That's how much grease is in there, right?
That goo that gets on your window when you travel a lot, and it's got oil and grease, and it goos up on your windshield. We used to pour Coca-Cola on the windshield, and they would eat that goo off.
Yeah. Well, David K. Johnson has joined us. For those who don't know him, he's the author of The Making of Donald Trump.
That's great.
He's a Pulitzer Prize winner, a New York Times best-selling author. He's also wrote a book, one of my favorites, called Perfectly Legal. By the way, Roberto, who's an attorney in Italy, this is a really great book about how the American legal system works, or it doesn't. So the thing is, it's really, really a great little book.
Well, I got to show him this book.
Decision Points.
Oh, George
signed it.
Oh, Lord.
I'm a little jealous. He got
that's not a copy. That's a personal signature right there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, David, since this is our leader, our fearless leader now, how's he doing when it comes to leading us out of the coronavirus problem?
Oh, he terribly. In my other Trump book, It's Even Worse Than You Think, which I wrote in 2017. Actually, I think it's in that book. I said that if he became president and we had a pandemic, because we've known for a long time we're going to have another pandemic. I studied this issue in the 60s in college. I said Trump would have no idea what to do, and it would turn into a complete disaster. That's exactly what's happened. So you look at the success rates at holding down infections in South Korea, which had its first reported case the same day that we had our first reported case. You look at what happened in New Zealand with a liberal government, Australia with a conservative government. And this has been a very minor problem because they followed the science right from the start. Trump, on the other hand, literally said this is a hoax. He's recommended these crazy ideas like injecting yourself with cleansers, which the makers of a couple of them, Lysol and Clorox, felt a need. Their lawyers said, you got to get out there and make a statement. Don't do this or you're going to have liability issues. Hundreds of people called poison control centers asking, how do I inject myself with these things? So, you can argue that they're stupid people who made the calls, but when you're the president of the United States, you have to think about everybody. So this is just awful. It's going to continue to be awful. Donald has no capacity to learn anything that contradicts that which he wishes to be true. It's one of his major flaws that in the 30 plus years that I've known and covered him has been consistent.
And you have said that consistently, and I agree with you. And something somebody said, oh, accounting, he'll take care of it. No, he hires accountants. What his problem is he didn't bring on board the right people to manage this. As a leader, that's what you do. You surround yourself with the smart people, and you delegate who needs to get the job done. And Donald doesn't know how to do that.
Well, indeed, Kimberly, Donald said, I'm going to get the best people, the very best people. Who? I mean, really, you look at his staff, and I tweeted this morning in response to something the economist Dean Baker put up. Here's a complete list of the known anti-racists in the Trump administration. And then the rest of the tweet is blank. There's no, I mean, we've had person after person who's just manifestly unqualified for the positions he's put them in because Donald has no critical judgment about these things.
No. You're absolutely right. I don't think he thought through. I mean, who makes Mayor Giuliani or ex-Mayor Giuliani a science advisor?
Yeah.
But you know what?
Or who claims that Ivanka created 15 million jobs?
Well,
that's astonishing, but that's what he stood up in the White House and said she created 15 million jobs.
You know one thing. I mean, what you're experiencing now with Donald Trump, we had 20 years of Berlusconi, yes. which to be honest, and I mean, Berlusconi is way more intelligent than somebody else.
Notice the words were very well chosen, Roberto. I noticed that.
And Berlusconi, one of the great strengths of Berlusconi has always been that he really was assisted by the best, at least in the first 10 years, he was assisted by the best lawyers, the best economists. The guy who was running television is a tycoon of the television market, and so on and so on. The problem is that if you have some egomaniac, which is basically running everything, and he thinks he knows everything better, then whatever advice you have, the advice doesn't matter because he will do whatever he thinks is the best thing. This is not really the issue. The issue is that, I mean, Europe decided to get rid of Berlusconi when he was too dangerous for the economy. Otherwise, the only thing which people like Berlusconi does is to create this division within the country where you have you don't have this maybe you have it in baseball. In baseball, when you speak about Red Sox and Yankee fans, people who really hate each other. I mean, the problem with people like Berlusconi, Trump, Boris Johnson is that they get factions behind them, and whatever you say, whatever you do, will convince only your faction, your part of the people. Thinking about how Trump does things in theory is only emboldening the people who vote for Trump, because you, as a liberal, as a snowflake and whatever, hate the guy. The guy is the real deal. Which is kind of, it's a perverse kind of thinking. But for example, although all this campaign which CNN does about Trump managing the worst way possible the pandemic, I think will have only the result that those who those who watch CNN will be convinced what they already were convinced before, that Trump is the worst thing ever. But who doesn't and looks at Fox News They will be convinced that he basically put against the pandemic by his own, and he found the vaccine at the end of the day. So
well, that's what they were trying to build. And you know, Giuliani, right after they closed the country down, Giuliani and him came out with the hydroxychloroquine, you know, like 5 days later, like it's some miracle. And in all reality, we found out that in February, Giuliani invested $2 million in hydroxychloroquine. So, and then he, you know, a few weeks later, he's appointed the science advisor. I mean, yeah, the facts are going to start stacking up and tell the truth.
Well, Kimberly, Roberto is right, though, that what we're seeing is the principle of democracy grows out of the Enlightenment and the idea that we would have reasoned and rational debate. The American Revolution was led by the wealthiest, most educated men. They were all men. And so was the framing of the Constitution. These were people who knew their Cicero, you know, they knew their Aristotle. That's not most of the population in any country. And unfortunately, in America, we have had a well-funded, almost 50-year campaign now to denigrate honest journalism. And that's had a corrosive effect. So your guest, Dr. Yu, who got off, said, you know, the media are controlled by the drug companies. That's just nonsense. That's absolute, utter, complete nonsense. But that kind of thinking is all throughout our society. And it's exploited by people like Donald who understand the conventions of journalism and how to exploit them. And one of the things that we need to get is a journalism that does more of what we try to do at DC Report and what George Lakoff, the cognitive scientist, recommends. And that is, instead of just spreading Donald's nonsense, you alert the reader, the viewer, or the listener that what you're about to hear isn't so. You then quote fully what was said, not cutting it up into little snippets, as especially newspapers and TV tend to do. And then you explain why that's not true or dubious or not to be believed. Lakoff calls this a truth sandwich. And it's really difficult for news is highly, highly competitive, even with all the shrinkage that's gone on. The fastest disappearing job in America in this century has been journalist. But it is, it's a stodgy business in that once it has conventions, it tends to stick with those conventions. And Donald knows how to exploit them, and we need to have different approaches to this.
So that's, you know, and you make a good homework point there that Donald knows how to approach him. Abhijit, hi.
I have a question from David. May I?
Yes,
sure.
David, in current situation, what you said that how this democracy and the media, it works together. Coming government, which we see, I think by end of the year, United States would have its election for the presidential elections. In coming time, the party which has to come in the power has to maintain a certain level of transparency, and it has to be, people have to believe on the party, its policy, and its fundamental orientation about the environment, because nobody is going to vote for a party who is not very close to health and who is not very giving a confirmed scenario that we will not land up in this situation again. That how do you see that this kind of environmentalist government would come when there is no transparency into media and it is somewhere a very twisted pictures comes out?
Well, I don't know what you mean by a lack of transparency. What are you talking about with this? What do you mean a lack of transparency?
What you said that the version of media which is coming out is most of the time it is twisted and it is going through lots of struggle. That's the lack of transparency which people have to go through.
Okay. No, that is not the message I intended. I'm sorry if I was unclear about that. News is very competitive. And the news in the New York Times is not the news that's in the London Times or the LA Times or the Seattle Times. Different news organizations have different markets and audiences, and they approach things in different ways. But all of these organizations have this tendency towards the conventional way they've always done things. And Donald knows how to exploit that. What's going to happen in this election, I believe, and I'd love to hear what Nick and Kimberly particularly think about this, is that this is an election about Donald Trump. Either you believe this man is a demigod or a god, as he has called himself, or you believe he's a crazy man, and you need to get him out of there. And for example, George Will, an absolutely rock-ribbed, principled conservative, said in an interview this past week that he's going to vote for Joe Biden. He said, once in my life, I can bring myself to vote for Joe Biden because, as a Democrat, because we've got to get Donald Trump out of the White House. And Donald Trump is not a Republican. Donald Trump has taken over the Republican Party. My latest piece for DC Report, where I'm the editor-in-chief, and we have correspondents in Europe and America who are basically volunteers, former senior people at Fox, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the LA Times. My column there is that Donald Trump has been holding a political gun to the heads of Republicans. Either bow down to me or I will turn my people loose on you, and in a primary election, a Republican primary, you'll be voted out of office. And they've all been cowed. Well, he's out of bullets. And I wrote that the time is now for you to leave or be recognized as a moral jellyfish, spineless, blind, and drifting aimlessly in the waves of chaos that Trump is creating.
Well, that's pretty interesting. But here's what I see, David. There's a core group in the United States that are Trumpsters, no matter what.
Yes.
And the thing is, you can spend all day doing your arguments, but you're a libertard, and you can go ahead and do your libertard thing, and that's it. They won't listen to you. It doesn't matter what you say. You can put all your facts. It doesn't matter. But, conversely, on the other side, there's a whole group of people that are Sanderites that sit on the left wing of the world, and that their way is the only way that works. And these isms, in other words, I don't really care if it's communism, socialism. I don't care what the ism is, because I'm very pragmatic, as long as it works, right. Because you can make an argument that socialism doesn't work, and you point to Venezuela and Cuba. Then you can say, wait, it does work. You point to Denmark and Sweden. So, there's good and bads on every system, but then there are people that are totally vested in their system. And I don't know what they invest in Italy. So, Roberto, what do they do over there?
Just to make a point.
Sure.
Which is, I think, to me, it's one of, as I said before, I had this discussion with a lot of people which is living in the U.S. Having a welfare state, a state who cares about you, and having a healthcare system which is state funded, has nothing to do with socialism and communism. It's being human. So right. I understand that. The idea that you have in the US about what is socialist in Europe, for us, it's just to basically share. There are things you cannot share. And one thing you cannot share is healthcare, policing, defense, firefighting. You have things the US are maybe because there's a different way of thinking, but it's by far the best economy. And then you have people who dies because they have no social insurance. Those things. We have a very Catholic, although there are different countries and there are different religion or different Catholic religion, different forms of Catholic religion in Europe. We have a very Catholic idea that we have to, since we are the state, we have to help each other. While you have this Calvinistic idea or Darwinian idea, where only who is the strongest survives. It's not the best way. I'm not saying your system is better than ours or vice versa, because our system goes down. We have to adjust to the worst, and while you try to adjust to the best. But there must be something in between. Where you don't have. I mean, you don't need to spend if you have coronavirus. I mean, for us, I mean, although we don't have a system where you have only social insurance, but it would be normal that who gets who get tested for coronavirus doesn't have to pay, because it's in the interest of the state that you don't get coronavirus. Mm-hmm. In the US, Donald Trump had to intervene because the insurance company would pay for you for the testing. And those things are, I mean, I understand that if you view it from the US, we have all the communists, well, socialists. Communists, it's a little bit too much, but Europe is mainly a social. It's not socialist. We are social. I mean, we try to share problems and solve problems. That's
well, Robert. I'm sorry.
Come on.
Yeah, government will come back in power after elections. Same government will come back.
In where? In America?
No, I'm asking to Roberto.
Oh.
Is it?
You think there'll be a change of government in Italy, Roberto?
Wow, we change government as I change underwear, so basically every day. Well, with this, I mean, there's a huge discussion now because there's a lot of things I've learned that I will do when I grow older, and one of the things is I want to be the opposition. I mean, it's fantastic to be at the opposing party. You only have to scream to say whatever the other guy has done was wrong, and that you would do better. And so now they're trying to say that what I mean, the prime minister and the government did mistake because I mean there's no other way to. I mean, whatever you do, you can do mistakes. And now there's a discussion whether he will survive the next few months, and we will have a new government. And I think we had more governments than actually coaches of the national team at the end of the day.
Yeah. Roberto, I think in the United States, politicians considered liberals here would generally be seen in Europe as centrists.
Absolutely.
Angela Merkel is, by German standards, a conservative. By American standards, Trump's always denouncing her as being a lefty. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that America was settled primarily in the early years of it by people who were excluded from the guilds in Europe. That's why they came here seeking more opportunity. And that has carried down through generation after generation, this hostility to things like unions. And secondly, we have a whole series of mechanisms in this country to see to it that the lower your income, the less likely you are to vote. We have Tuesday voting. We have these efforts now at voter ID and other things to discourage people. And every election in the last 20 years, we've had these robocalls that have been made to the homes of lesser educated Black and brown people saying, if you go to the polls, you're going to be arrested. And that's intimidated people. I think we may be, and we're going to know in November, but I think we may be on the cusp of a very great maturing of American politics and culture. That Donald Trump, if he is roundly defeated and the Republicans lose the Senate, the Democrats are certainly going to keep the House. But if they lose both the White House and the Senate, and Trump is soundly defeated, I think we may be moving into a new era and being more like Europe. That's been the great fear of the right wing in America, that we will become like Europe with universal health care, which saves a ton of money, with more labor protections.
Yeah, actually think about that, Roberto. Our fear is to become more like Europe. Just think about that one for a while. We're scared to death. We could become like Europe. They have universal health care and things like that. I mean,
funny thing is that we Europeans aim and want to be like you.
Yeah, of course. We're America. Look at us. We lead the world. Who leads the world in coronavirus today? We do. Who leads the world in the most deaths in coronavirus? We do. Who has the most expensive healthcare system in the world? We do. And who does the best?
I don't know. Because we managed to have a couple of court cases every year where people has been corrupt because we paid 3 times the normal price. But then again,
Yeah. I mean,
I don't go very proud of it.
Expensive, you know. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. So we like to lead in everything. David, just a question for you. What about the people that say, hey, this lockdown is, you know, a communist plot. We want to be out there, and they're doing it right now, opening it up while we're at the height of the coronavirus, opening up all the cities of the world, the United States, so we can go out and meet and greet. Is that going to have an adverse effect?
Oh, absolutely. Well, first of all, we are still on a rising plane of deaths. We had the highest number of deaths in America over the weekend, 3,000. We're going to have a second wave of this and maybe a third wave. There are a lot of people who convince themselves, thinking if I take vitamin C, which likewise the doctor you said, I think that's been proven to have no therapeutic value, that we are going to have continued spread of this virus. We're not going to get to an R, that's the rate at which the virus is spread, that's below 1. And there's some limited evidence that many people who are infected do not develop antibodies. That's a really scary prospect. If we have any kind of a pathogen that you don't develop antibodies to, that would mean this could be going on continuously. So I think these are real fundamental concerns. And when you see people out walking very close to each other, bringing their children, my word for them is idiots, in the classic Greek meaning of that word 2,500 years ago, which is someone who had no regard for anyone else, only themselves. It doesn't mean they're stupid. It just means they don't regard other people. They're idiots.
Right. Well, here's my prediction, and Kim knows that I made a prediction a couple months ago that we were going to go over 1 million people infected and 60,000 deaths by the end of the month. We did pass that. My prediction was right on, and so I'm making another prediction. Okay, and I'll do it right now. Yeah. And you can see my predictions because they're recorded, but this one's an easy one, just like that one. Okay, and here's the prediction. By the end of this month, we will have over 100,000 deaths in the United States and 2 million people that will be infected. And here's the reason why. You wouldn't believe it. They're saying it's a free-for-all out there. In other words, there is no protection, there is no guidance, there is no leadership. And when we looked at the leadership, and this really bothered me, okay? This is a medical condition last time I looked at, right, David? Right. So when you have a medical condition, do you go see your mirror to help you? I mean, it's ridiculous.
You go see an economist.
Yeah, you have a medical condition. You're going to go see an economist? Are you kidding me? Okay, you have a medical condition. I'm going to go see my politician. No, when you have a medical condition, you're going to go see a doctor, right? If you got a brain. When we have a leader who's going to lead us out of this, the first thing he brought in was the vice president of the United States, who was a politician, who had no medical background whatsoever. There was a book called The Best and the Brightest by David Halberstam years ago. Okay, you probably read it. I was forced to read it. Okay, and what Kennedy did, he said, I'm going to bring the best and the brightest together to solve the problem. And the best and the brightest are not politicians to solve a medical problem. I am sorry. And if I have a heart disease, I'm not going to go, I like my mayor, but I'm not going to go see him. I love my county commissioners. I'm not going to see them. I'm going to go see a bloody doctor. This is a medical condition. It's not being led by a team of, and we have purportedly some of the best doctors in the world. And notice I said some. If you go worldwide, you will find the best doctors in the world. But here, when they said, well, I'm going to bring a team together, it's always limited to the United States. We don't even look outside of the U.S. and see what they're doing. Look at what we had Rikish on from Hong Kong. How are you doing in Hong Kong? You should have like thousands of deaths. They have 4. Okay. What's happened to the infection? Okay, they've already have a solution, or at least they're working on it. And what we're doing is we're walking around like, oh, I don't know what to do. Let's do an experiment between the states. Let's have Las Vegas be an experiment city. Okay, what are we using to think with here? I mean, our leadership lives in a vacuum, and it's not rocket science. I'm sorry. We have the best and the brightest people, or some of them. If you go worldwide, you get all of them, obviously. And these people are sitting in the background. You never hear of them. In other words, they're like, all you hear is from politics.
Well, and the ones like Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx obviously are having to play to Donald so that he doesn't get rid of them. I mean, you can see the pained expressions, the almost hostage video quality of some of their remarks, where they're trying to manage Donald because he doesn't get science, he doesn't know anything. And an interesting contrast to this is, you know, you can like or not like Obama, and I wrote lots of very critical things about Obama and the Obama administration, but the man had a very elegant mind. And John Holdren, his science advisor, told me that he would complain that the papers he would take up to read every night in the residence were too short. And he wanted not 2 pages, but 16 or 18. And he would ask very smart questions because he conceptually got science and wanted to learn. Donald gets up with this just crazy stuff all the time, but he stays with his crowd stays with him. They're very deeply bonded. And one of the things George Lakoff has taught is that if you can take this fatherly bond, this authoritarian bond, and break it, it's devastating. It is a really serious break. And that's one of the reasons that I've repeatedly recommended, make fun of Donald. He's incapable of laughing at himself. So make fun of him, because he'll do crazy things that, you know, this election is about margins. All elections are about margins, but the number of voters in play here is a lot more than in recent 40 years of elections.
Oh, let me tell you about this election that I'm a little upset about. Is, okay, you know, he sent out the stimulus check to a lot of people, right?
His name on it.
But not just his name on it. You know what? Whatever. He sent a letter saying, I made sure you got a check. Have you read it? Have you read the letter?
Oh, yes. And of course,
good
it's
marketing.
Congress.
Come on, that's good marketing.
There was one of the richest persons in Naples. He was running a huge shipping company. Actually, one of the ships of his company was hijacked in the 80s. The name was Achille Lauro, and he decided that he wanted to become major in Naples and run the municipality in Naples. But what he did was basically he went to all the people and basically gifted them pasta, something to eat, and one shoe. And when people say, "Oh, why are you giving me one shoe, only one shoe?" and he says, "Oh, if I get elected, you get the other one."
Okay, well that's politics. Okay, and the same thing with the check. I mean, the whole thing is that that's good marketing on the dots.
There's one thing which I mean, like Berlusconi. I know it's it looks like Italy is the center of the world, but really Berlusconi, Boris Johnson, Putin is a little bit different because he has some kind of different features, let's say. But all those people drives on people who loves them unconditionally and who never challenge them.
Sure. Yeah, I mean
that's the first thing. And the other thing is that most of the base, I mean, Berlusconi was elected because he was very similar to most of the base who elected him. Mm-hmm. He loved football, he loved women, he loved good food, he was rich, and everybody. And there is this strange thing which has been, I think, accelerated by the new media, social media, where rich is being rich and becoming rich without having actually any substance is kind of a new value, mm-hmm. And I mean, I heard a lot of people say the same thing which they say about Trump. Wow, you know, if Berlusconi was a successful entrepreneur, he will be a successful politician. Donald is bankrupt something like 10 times, but in Italy you have still a kind of stigma if you get bankrupt.
Yeah.
In the old days, you were actually disqualified from being an entrepreneur.
Roberto, in 57 years ago, Martin Luther King gave his "I Have a Dream" speech, in which he said, I hope that my 4 children will grow up in a world where they will be judged not by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And what we've developed in America since Reagan came to power is a belief that it is the content of your wallet, or in Donald's case, the claimed content of your wallets, because he's not a billionaire, that is a measure. And we need to get back to virtues. We need to get back to recognizing that it is wisdom and sound judgment and respect for others and empathy that we want to honor in people, and get away from money porn. Money porn has been devastating to America. And I don't have anything against money. I went to work at 10 and full-time at 13 because I was in a poor family, and I'm a wealthy man by any reasonable standard. You know, people in Wall Street would think I'm a pipsqueak, but by any reasonable standard, I'm a wealthy man. And so that's not an argument against people being successful and being wealthy, but it is an argument that we really do need to respect and honor and pay attention to judgment, education, and other virtues. And Donald Trump and Berlusconi, I think, are sort of the antis to that.
Well, you know what? I mean, I fully agree, David. I fully agree with you. It's and one of the main problems now is that school has been degrading. I don't know the level of schools and what you get from school in Europe is going worse and worse and worse every year. But there's a fantastic, there are those French comedies which are usually very aggressive on the social side. There is one of which is very, I think 2003, 2002. It's a way, I mean, it's at least 10 years old comedy where basically there is a crisis and this rich family from the center of Paris has to basically host a homeless guy which is grow up in Saint-Denis, which is one of the banlieues, and they speak about politics and whatever, and there's one line where basically he says, well, I'm a racist because I'm in Saint-Denis. It's easy not to be racist when you live in the 19th arrondissement, which is the center of Paris. But the real problem is that from the Reagan area, there's been all over the world in the modern Western countries, there's been a gap between rich people and others, which has grown and grown and grown. And the problem is that this kind of gap between the two communities is basically cannot be filled anymore. And most of the people is uneducated, extremely poor. And if you can appeal to this kind of people, you can get whatever you want. I mean, in Europe now, it's called populism. Populism it doesn't matter. I mean, it's something different from what they really are. They try to basically gain on the fear of the people, whatever it is, immigration, healthcare, poverty, unemployment. It's because you have the biggest part of the society is poor, and they really hate people who's rich because they think that everybody who's rich has become rich not because he worked or he or she worked or studied or whatever, because somebody basically gifted richness or wealthiness or whatever to those people. It's if we want to get rid of people who can be so divisive and dangerous for democracy, and I actually don't think that Trump is that dangerous for democracy, but others are. The only way to do this is to try to improve the condition of the most part of society, which is basically one of those tasks which is almost impossible.
Well, actually, I would argue that it's not. The average income of the bottom 90% of Americans, what I call the vast majority, 90%, is essentially unchanged from 1969 to 2018. Their income went up on the annual basis, on average, $218. I mean, I don't know who's going to notice the $4 and something in their paycheck gross every week. So it's been flat for 50 years. But that's because we got rid of unions. we allowed all of these monopolies to rise up, monopolies and duopolies and triopolies, and I think duopolies and triopolies are much worse than monopolies. We created all these make-work jobs in things like clerks and health insurance to process your claims and drive you crazy. And we stopped setting up a system where we have significant domestic capital investment. Our Congress has literally said to companies for years, go invest your money offshore and you will earn a higher rate of return, and we will give you various tax holidays to encourage that. And we now have a law that says you'd be an idiot to invest in a lot of things here in the US, capital intensive things, if you can make a deal in another country to pay little or no tax. So my argument is inequality in America, while partly driven by new technologies, as always happens when there's a breakthrough in a technology, is largely the result of government policies. And since we elect our officials, whether we meant to or not, we chose those policies. We can unchoose them. We can raise the average income in the United States and the median income quickly and significantly if we change our policies.
Yeah, but David, see, here's the problem. Since I spent most of my career doing estate planning with the wealthy Americans, and I grew up in a household that was basically a third-generation banking family from 1944, where they founded a company called Bank One that became Chase Bank, by the way.
So serious poverty in your background?
No serious poverty. As a matter of fact, somebody asked me, because when I owned multiple homes, they were going like, "Did you grow up poor?" No. Okay, so the thing is,
I'll put it to you this way: he didn't know what a styrofoam plate was.
But here's
the thing. What a styrofoam plate was when I met him.
No. Thing is,
we were at a function. We were at a function, and he goes, "I eat on this."
I don't eat at food trucks, and I don't hang out. But let me tell you, and I spent a good deal of my time in a place called Naples, Florida, and Palm Beach, Fort Myers, and Boca Raton. Matter of fact, I had a house in the best neighborhood called St. Andrews Country Club. Why? Because I was getting this snobby thing. I was living in Boca Fontana, which was a nice community by any standards. And as I went to all the country club crowd, where do you live? I live in Boca. Where in Boca? I was going, what is this about? I said, Boca Fontana. And they would do like that. So I found out what is the best and most expensive country club in Boca. It was St. Andrews Country Club, and I bought a house there. Then when people ask me a question, where do you live? I live in Boca. Where in Boca? St. Andrews Country Club. Shut up, everybody. Because they know it was the most expensive country club in the city of Boca to live, okay? And you find out that there's this whole cult, literally, of wealthy people. I mean, and they think differently than poor people, like big time different.
They love, one of the best tax avoidance lawyers in America.
Sure.
He teaches at, no. The guy who teaches at the law school now at USC and used to be head of the Joint Committee on Taxation.
Oh, gosh, what was his name? Yeah, because I follow him all the time.
Anyhow, Ed, he in his book about how we raise money and how we spend money, he says, people like me talk about marginal utility. What difference does it make if you have one more dollar when you have $1 billion? And he said, that's not my experience with my clients. My experience with my clients is they love their money.
Oh, yeah.
They love their money. They totally love it. And they want more money. There isn't enough money, no matter how much they have.
Yeah.
And I think we need to recognize that. The ancient Greeks had a way of dealing with that.
Which was?
They honored people who paid big taxes. Yeah. They celebrated them. I think we should celebrate these people and make them public what they're paying.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I'm being facetious.
No, I agree with you.
Kleinbart.
Okay. Listen,
we get a lot done with
David, you're speaking heresy. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let me tell you that is heresy, because one thing I did find out hanging out, like one of my clients was the founder of Dunkin' Donuts, the president of Kimberly-Clark, the president of Bausch and Lomb, okay, the president of Philip Morris. These are the people that I went to their homes, spent a lot of time with. I spent most of my.
I have a lot of friends who are, I have a couple of friends in the billionaire class. So I understand this.
And when I went to the University of Miami Law School, I found out, even though I was from a very well-to-do Tampa family, the guy I was in school with was Stuart Miller, whose dad was Leonard Miller of the Leonard Corp. Okay, and then all of a sudden you go, hey, I'm poor. In other words, when you hang around billionaires, you realize, hey, I'm poor.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
I didn't know that. But they had several things that were in common. And Dr. Tom Stanley at Georgia State wrote extensively about the millionaire next door, not the billionaire, because there's a little bit of a difference. But the thing is, they were parsimonious, AAK, tight and cheap. In other words, this whole idea that they're going to spend a lot of money and give money away, no. That is not in their vocabulary. Ain't going to happen. They hate taxes, and they hate the fact that people are trying to take their money and give it to whoever. There is no we, it's about them. Okay. Yeah. We and them is a whole different story. I don't believe the average American even understands. Now, here's the other thing. They work their butts off. These guys work really hard for that dollar bill. They will outwork the regular worker tremendously. So they do feel entitled because they go, hey, I work 12 hours a day. These guys work 6 or 8 or whatever they work, and they work their butts off. So they had things in common. Here's the other thing they had in common. Some of these people are the nicest people in the world, but come on, you visit, they live well. They live in nice mansions. I mean, it's a whole different way of life and a way of thinking that the average American has no clue, and they are financially savvy. Very. And what happens is the average person on the street has this financial education compared to them. They're illiterate. They don't know anything about basic finances. They know nothing, the difference between a stock and a dividend. And so
they don't understand interest. They borrow money at ridiculous interest rates because they know better. I have a friend who's a quarter billionaire. And he started out poor. He went to college on scholarships.
Sure.
And we were having dinner one night at his house, and he was telling me before a group of us all had dinner there in his living room, which had original paintings it had a Moreau and a Titian, and I forget what else. That he works very hard to make sure his children don't realize how rich he is.
Right. Well, that's kind of hard.
He did require them to work in various, jobs kids work in, so they had an understanding of this. But anyway, he and I got into a little discussion, and I turned to him and I said, my guess is you have written checks to the government for your federal income tax in some years that exceed my lifetime earnings, which I'm going to guess are roughly $5 million at this point.
Right.
And he said, oh yeah. And I said, and what hurts, and I said, and you pay probably a lower tax rate than I do because yours is almost all capital income and mine is labor income.
Percentage-wise.
And he said, well, yeah. And I said, and what hurts you isn't the percentage, it's the dollars. You sit there and say, boy, what I could do with those millions of dollars to build my business. Right. And here's the reason you need to do that. Because if other people don't come along and get the breaks you got, the scholarships and subsidies to get an education to get ahead, then nobody's going to be better off. You're better off when everybody is better off, pal.
Okay.
He and I had lunch for months, for several years, once a month. And that always sort of stuck with him. And I could see him fighting with it. He doesn't want to believe that. And yet he would, logic side of him would say, well, of course.
Right.
But you see, you're exactly right about describing people. And by the way, I'm a literally 21st century tried and convicted heretic.
Right.
So,
okay. Right. Yeah.
I would have no convicted.
Right. Yeah, but the thing is, you are speaking heresy when you're saying, okay, they need to get better, and that's true. I would like them to be more successful, and it's up to them. In other words, wait, you want me to give my hard-earned money to them? Give them?
I don't want people to give money. I want to set up a system where you invest capital, you invest your capital here. We make it lucrative to do so. And we have rights for workers, and compared to Europe, workers have no rights in this country.
Oh yeah.
I leave you with one. I love history, as you have maybe noticed. I leave you with one thing that is, if you go back in history, it's the same way of thinking as the French aristocrats before the French Revolution. The famous people doesn't have bread, give them croissant at the end of the day. Remember that it ended up not very good for the aristocrats. So there's one thing which people who has power and is rich doesn't understand is if you don't, one is, of course, you get richer and richer and richer because you exploit poor people. But on the other side, poor people gets a little bit upset, let's say, and maybe being upset can be more dangerous than getting richer and richer and richer. So giving them back money maybe is the best way to get to the next generation and avoid other things. I mean, I love my head, and I wanted to keep with the rest of the body.
That's right. I don't want to lose my head.
Right. But see, that's European thing. Dude, that's a European thing. Over here, you have your freedom. Okay.
Yeah.
And so the thing is, because we're free to do anything we want,
but
don't mean I have to give money.
He wants to keep his head though, with his body.
It's good as long as people doesn't get organized themselves. But if poor people, if a poor black and brown community starts to be organized and basically assaults Savannah, Georgia, or whatever, and kills all the rich people in the country, then I mean,
but see, conversely, Roberto, some of the poor people over here don't know they're poor because who their friends are. They're all poor people and they all think the same, and they've never spent time with wealthy individuals. They have no clue who they are, what they think. A wealthy individual in Naples or Palm Beach is something they never really spent any time
with. There's always some housewife or desperate OC wives or housewives from Florida, basketball housewives, which shows how rich people live. So they
show them how they live, but that's like watching a cartoon. There's a difference between showing how wealthy people live and then living like a wealthy person. That's a big stretch. Okay. And the reason why you spend a lot of money to go to private schools like the University of Miami, or I went to University of Denver, is mainly it's a social class thing. You just don't want to hang around the people that went to state schools. And I will tell you, here's the funny thing. Even though the tuition is extremely expensive at Miami, no one complained about it because they had plenty of money. At South Florida, I went to school because I went to a state school for a while. They all complained and the tuition was like $1/4 and they could barely afford it. There is a big wealth gap in the United States that people don't know about and they don't even want to talk about. And our education system doesn't help because they're just starting some classes in financial fitness and literacy. But in reality, you go through your entire career of education here, and here's what you get trained on: finance, which is one of the most important things that you will ever experience in your life, is being financially fit. I mean, it dictates everything that you do. It dictates your marriages, how long your marriage is going to stand. It dictates your house you're going to live in, the cars you're going to afford, the bank account. It dictates everything. And your education is this in the United States. Why is that? Algebra 1 is very helpful. Don't get me wrong if you're going to be an engineer. But other than that, come on, basic financial planning should be front and center to everybody. So there's only two reasons. Well, there's several different reasons why that doesn't take place. Number one, the teachers aren't educated, so they can't teach the students. Okay, seriously. It's just like chess. I became a master chess player, but I wasn't taught. I went and learned it myself. Why? Because my teachers weren't. When I was in high school, I was way ahead of any teacher, not even close. You know, I was number 10 in the country, and they said, well, how'd you learn? I just picked up the books and read it. But that's the only way somebody's going to be educated. And same with financial planning, because it's not taught in our schools because the teacher don't know. Number two, you could have a conspiracy theory. Why would my wealthy clients want poor people to understand finances? Because then maybe it's going to be competitive out there. In other words, they would become competitive and they would become more financially savvy. Much easier to sell a person a financial product who's not savvy than the one that is. And so number three, there's no movement at all. It is a very boring topic. You know, financial planning is one of the most boring topics you'll ever meet, unless it affects you and you know really what it does.
Even people who it affects, it's boring, so boring they don't want to do with it. But there's conspiracy number two.
Yes, which
and
is,
then that's the one I've been lecturing on lately, is because the students graduate with such a high debt today. They don't understand interest and all of this stuff.
You know, we could do a whole
It
show
is intended to enslave us to continue to have to work
in
for the wealthy.
2005, David, in 2005, when the bankruptcy,
It's all about enslavement.
the bankruptcy act was changed in 2005.
Oh no, I wrote for years about Elizabeth Warren's fight to not make that happen.
Okay,
I was 6 when it took effect.
Let me tell you, that created a new class that we have in the United States. It's called indentured servants.
Yep.
Okay, because student debt. Okay, Roberta, student debt is non-dischargeable in bankruptcy. Now, for me, it didn't matter. I went on the trust fund account, so it was irrelevant. But if you don't go on that and you go on the debt account, then it does make a difference, because when you come out, you cannot discharge that student debt in bankruptcy, which means you are an indentured servant.
Nick, I've debated people in Washington about this very point, and I've said that we're having the wrong debate about education in America. The debate should not be about should we or not have student loans. It should be, in the complex world we're in and we're moving into, what level of education is required to have a healthy society? And if that means 16 years or 20 years, then we got to figure out how to fund it.
Right.
And we should. And if some people only need an 8th grade education, maybe we should eliminate high school. But let's talk about what we need, and then we'll talk about how to pay for it. I do want to ask you something that you suddenly made me think of about financing college. The 2 youngest of my 8 children, we prepaid their tuition at private colleges, Bryn Mawr and Wellesley.
Yes.
I complained to Wellesley that they took the money for the last semester in December, because I said, look, if you take it in January, the student, when they get a job after college, can take advantage of this tax break. And they said, well, we didn't think about that. And I said, well, why not? And they said, well, you know, less than 1% of your daughter's class, with 400 people, so 4 or fewer, prepaid the whole 4 years tuition up front. Now, there were girls, young women my daughter went to school with, whose daddy would send the jet to pick them up, right, and take them home for the weekend. Why wouldn't they make the smart move and pay in advance for college? All over the country, it turns out, even people who saved, they pay each year instead of prepaying. Why would you do that?
Because they don't know. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, because a lot of the problem with education in America and the financing of it is I don't know. The problem that
my assumption was their rate of return personally was such they didn't care.
And that could be true. In other words, the thing is, it may not make
much effort to think about that. A lot of people don't think about these things, David, because they don't know it exists.
Okay, but also the millionaire next door is different than the person who grew up in a millionaire family. Okay, it's just a different attitude. When you're the millionaire next door, you had to do it yourself, and that's a lot of work. Okay, when you grow up in a millionaire family, well, you don't have to do it yourself. You just inherit it. It's a lot easier. Okay, so the millionaire next door actually studies all the little details of the financial aspects to make sure that they always do things financially proper for them. And by the way, that's most of the millionaires in the United States.
Oh no, I understand. Okay. I still look back at all the financial mistakes I made, despite all my focus on it, writing about this stuff.
Yeah, right. But the thing is, the millionaire that inherited the money, they go, okay, so you lost a couple bucks. Who cares? Because you have so much coming in. And we do have a little bit of a lottery system here. In other words,
that's why in Italy you usually say that the first generation becomes millionaire, second generation tries to keep the money, third generation squanders the money.
That's right. That's basically what happens.
And just for you to know that. I was in one of the best university still university in Naples was good, but it's still good, but at the time was one of the best law schools in Italy. And I paid 500 euros, let's say 600.
That's what I spent for dinner.
3.5 years, basically. 3.5 years. So.
Wow.
But on the other side, I had classes with 4,000 people. So,
my law and pre-law students pay about $72,000 a year, not just for me, for the whole education.
Sure.
But that's an unbelievable amount of money to the vast majority of Americans, even with the financial aid that most of the students get. And they all walk out with a lot of debt.
Private school is about $200,000 for the 4 years.
Yeah, but the thing is,
that's not including their living expenses.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it. Most of the degrees you get in a 4-year degree, it doesn't make any financial sense, and you should probably go to a state school or a cheap school, whatever, in order to get your best deal on a 4-year education. You don't need that brand. But then again, we have a big education brand snobbery out there that's just absolutely incredible. And the thing is, like, if you're not Harvard, Yale, University of Chicago, or Stanford, guess what? There's a university called Berkeley. Okay, the Berkeley touts themselves to be a national school. Yet, if you go to their law school, you'll notice they hire 0 people from Southern universities. They all come from these 4 law schools, and then that's it.
I've worked for a U.S. law firm. So, actually, there was one guy who had his LLM in Barclays, and he actually was. I mean, everybody was making jokes about him because he was not from Michigan. Because I mean, in Europe, Michigan is one of the biggest. I mean, the LLM of Michigan is very important, but he was not from the Magic 4 or 5, and everybody was making jokes about him and fun about him. And the only reason why he was actually hired with the law firm was that one of the Japanese partners went to Berkeley, and actually so they couldn't actually discriminate him just for being at Berkeley because one of the partners was an alumni.
The education snobbery, I call it snobbery. I don't know how to describe it.
It's snobbery.
Now, I teach at Northeastern University. I'm a professor at the graduate tax program at Northeastern. They did a great job.
You fly up there, once a week?
No, dude, this program, let me tell you, I've been on faculty at Northeastern for 10 years. Okay. I started with the program at the graduate tax 10 years ago online. It's still online. When I was living in Seattle, I live here now, and it's all online. Here's the good news about Northeastern. They pay, and I told Kim this, twice as much and then some of any other Southern school. Okay. I mean, seriously, because you want to know what do you get paid. And I said, look, I get paid twice as much at Northeastern than you will at University of North Carolina State, or Campbell Law, where I've taught Campbell Law. You get twice as much. Okay. But here's the problem with Northeastern. The tuition is like $60,000 a year. I mean, the thing is, they whack their students big time for the tuition, and I'm going, is it really worth it? And I teach for retirement plans. Now, here's the interesting thing, because they pay me so much at Northeastern, they give me a lot of time to do research. So I researched around the country to find out where can you get good education and retirement planning, because it is important, because someday people are going to retire. So I went to a university called...
Excuse me, I have to leave you. Bye-bye.
Okay,
thank you for having me.
See you, Roberto.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much for joining me.
Let's avoid.
We'll see you again. Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Okay. Okay. So I went to Stanford. I went through their entire curriculum at Stanford, Harvard, Yale, and the University of Chicago.
They don't teach it.
MBA, and they do not teach retirement planning. There's not even one class. Okay, so if you meet, or they don't teach anything about qualified plans or retire. So if you went to Stanford, I can guarantee you, and you got an MBA or a JD, you know nothing about retirement plans. Same with University of Chicago, Harvard, and Yale.
You'll know the time value of money very well, but
they know
about retirement.
Finances? Are you kidding me? When
they don't want you to learn about money. They want you to be, just in the middle class. You get a salary. You don't know how to invest like the bankers.
Not at Stanford. They want you to go out and be an entrepreneur and leave a legacy to them.
But there's no practical entrepreneurship classes. All these professors are there. They haven't made it in the real world.
Well,
they haven't.
Some of them are very well.
Go there right now.
So it's not relevant.
Okay, entrepreneurs.
Exponential. So what worked in the 80s is not working now. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's talk about entrepreneurship, because I started and bootstrapped 3 multi-million-dollar companies over the last 37 years. Okay, and I know what it takes to go in, start a company from scratch, bootstrap it, and make it $1 million or multi-million-dollar company, right? And I have a Juris Doctorate in LLM and a MBA, okay, from private schools and public schools. Now, here's the interesting thing. I cannot get a teaching position in the United States on entrepreneurship anywhere in the country. Do you know why? I don't have a PhD.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I've been down this road before.
That's why, Nick,
what's my saying? No
I don't have a. You got to have the
no
PhD.
credibility.
I said, look,
No
look.
PhD,
First
no
of all, I got two problems with it. First of all, it wasn't even offered as a. There was no PhD program in the United States until the late 1990s. I graduated from law school in '83. And I did all my degrees back then. So there's no way I could get it unless I did it recently, number one. Number two, if you do have a PhD in entrepreneurship, there's a good chance you are not an entrepreneur because it takes you like 4 or 5, 6 years to get your PhD. And all you're doing is researching PhD. There's no way you have started a company and made millions.
No, so what we teach in business schools is what I call management by spreadsheet. And we end up with people like all the people who came out of Jack Welch's shop. They don't understand at all the human element. When I forget which one of them took over Home Depot, he looked around and said, one of the guys who was the crown prince who didn't get the job just and he went to Home Depot and he looked at their labor unit costs and he said, why are we paying all this money to these guys on the floor? Cut them to 19 hours a week, get them off the healthcare plan. And he couldn't get through his head that they're the do-it-yourself salesman who explain how you don't break the toilet bowl by understanding the torque wrench. And that's why I call this management by spreadsheet. These guys detract value. They don't add value to it. I just want to tell you one little thing about the snobbery of schools, and I got to go, Nick.
All right, sure.
My seventh child immigrated to Canada and went to law school there. And she has a very successful little practice representing children primarily in court by court appointment. But right after she graduated, she began being invited to social events where there were prominent lawyers and judges and government officials. And she said, I learned very quickly that you would be interrogated thoroughly about what you know and who you are as a lawyer, unless you could say, as I could, University of Toronto Faculty of Law. And she said, all vetting stopped the minute they knew you had gone to their top law school. And so Canadians are just like us in that regard.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Same in engineering too.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
You're a lawyer. The next question is, what law school do you go to? And then the education snobbery starts.
David, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Grazie.
Doctor.
Right.
See you all.
Take care.
Thank you, David.
Bye.
Right. Bye-bye.
Nick is getting good at this direction.
You guys were talking education.
Education.
I got a rant about that. I mean,
education.
So med school, you come out with $250,000 in debt.
Told you.
So you got to get a job at a hospital or a group practice.
Right.
And nowadays, because insurance doesn't pay what you're worth, you're working, you're trading dollars for hours. You're burnt out. The suicide rate of doctors is going up. A lot of them, they didn't really go in just for the money. They really want to help people, but they can't because you got to see a certain amount of patients, 5 to 8 minutes a consult. You can't possibly deliver all the health care. They're not getting the treatments they need. So I don't know why anybody would go into medicine. I'm going to tell my kids that's the last profession. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. And we've lost a lot of doctors in the last 10 years because of that. And because the amount of insurance that you have to pay for, I mean, by the time you come out, you're indebted so much, you're a slave.
Yeah, you become you're an indentured servant once you.
And it's not fair to the doctor profession. I've been saying this for 15 years. Yeah. It's not fair to the medical profession. A good friend of mine was head of the ER, one of the head surgeons in the ER here, and he was exhausted. He was so worn down and broke down. He goes, I just want to go work at Walmart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seriously. Or a lot of them, they leave allopathic medicine. They start a med spa. Sadly, cosmetic.
He just wanted
cosmetic, skincare. Yeah,
but he was just like, I can't breathe. I can't feed my. He never got to see his family.
No, yeah.
And he was never paying off his debt. He was just like, screw it. I'm just going to go.
My neighbor's internal medicine. He's about the same age as me, 50. He's been in practice probably the same amount of years, 20, 25 years. He's still paying off his medical school debt. So his wife hates me. She's a nurse, and I have to work these extra hours. My husband can't pay our debt, and they see me because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm like taking it easy. I'm like, hey, we got to get Paul in regenerative medicine.
But doctor,
he's totally.
Dr. Vinay, you look like 40s. You look like 40s. You don't look like 50s.
But he's bought the Kool-Aid. He thinks prescribing all the medications is taking care of his patients. I can't have a conversation because I'm totally opposite stems. He knows what I do. He doesn't understand how they work. Like, Paul, man, you gotta get go into regenerative medicine. You can be my medical director, but he's totally bought the Kool-Aid. Oh yes, the big pharma drugs is gonna help my patients. He knows they don't. And so he's probably stressed. So
yeah
just they all are. American medicine has changed a lot, and it all became about the dollar bill. And a lot of your doctors, they're so in debt, they can't think, they can't function.
But Nick was talking about higher education. Well, you talk about millionaires. Well, if you're a celebrity like Lohan, you could pay USC to get your daughters in, bribe them, and it's probably been going on for decades. Finally, they're cracking down on that. But how many kids have gone through USC or Yale, whatever? They were paid off to get in, and they got their diplomas, not because they earned it in high school, because the school, they were bribed. I mean, they should take their degrees away and research. Hey, how did you get in school?
Yeah. But the thing is, your education is your brand. And speaking of brand, a guy who's got a great brand is Professor Snyder, who teaches at Yale University, right? Professor Snyder.
We were just talking about Yale.
The big brand in the United States and around the world.
You don't go to Yale, you don't.
And he teaches economics, and you were the former dean of the business school there, right, Professor Snyder?
Yes, and also, Nicholas, former dean at Chicago. I know you're a fan of Rex Sinkfield and David.
Oh, definitely, yes.
So I was there at Chicago. I sort of flunked the IQ test when it comes to dean jobs. A lot of people just say they're too hard, but I was fortunate enough to be dean at Chicago during that wonderful time period, as well as Yale until June 30th of last year.
Oh yeah. Did you know Rex? Because Rex and Booth founded DFA advisory funds years ago. I mean, they really hit the lottery big time. Then Rex went to St. Louis. He's big in the chess community. Everybody loves him because he donates a lot of money to the chess community. So
and his wife, Rex's wife, is it Mary? I can't remember.
I don't know his wife. I see Rex in the chess journals all the time. He even has the Sinquefield Cup, which he invites all the best chess players in the world every year. This year they may not have it because of the coronavirus, but for years he's had that. He sponsored the U.S. Championship. I don't know if you know what happened. In Seattle, where I was from, there was a group of people, Eric Anderson and a couple others, the Microsofties, that had the U.S. Championship, chess championship in Seattle. Then Rex brought it to St. Louis. Then Rex created one of the biggest chess centers in the world is actually in St. Louis. They have a big St. Louis chess center there. So he's made St. Louis the mecca of chess in the United States and frankly in the world because he used his funds there, where Booth took his money, just donated to the University of Chicago. I mean, that's kind of like they went different directions on that, but Rex is very well thought of in the chess cult and community, and they all know each other. So what took you to Yale? You left the great University of Chicago, the Milton Friedmans of the world, right? And then you went over to New Haven. What was the reason you went to Yale?
Well, the business school at Chicago had a unstated policy that dean should only be there for 2 terms. And that had been adhered to since World War II. And everybody was, happy, including myself, but nobody wanted to break the rule. And then I had the decision as to whether I should be a faculty member at Chicago and, not to downgrade myself. They had hired me to be dean. And as you know, I mean, the standard for economists at University of Chicago is very high. And I felt honestly a little uncomfortable And I always knew that I was a better dean than I was a faculty member. So the Yale thing came up, and I really wanted to use that opportunity to take a brand and a position of a business school and say, okay, the world's moving to a place where the solutions don't just lie in government or in market economy or the social sector or profit. And Yale seemed to be a pretty cool place to push that. And I had a great time, but now I'm enjoying hanging out with you.
Yes.
Oh, well, that's a good thing, because then we hang out with the rest of the world. So that's a pretty good thing. Now, speaking about Yale and their brand, does Yale have a plan to make sure that their brand stays on top internationally? Because right now, education is international and scaled.
Yeah, so great question. My two objectives for the school were to make it distinctively global among U.S. business schools. And I was thinking, well, Yale's got this great brand, especially in China, but in a lot of places. And the business school really hadn't done much. And the other objective was to connect across campus. I think the question you just posed is being asked all around the country in all these different situations, with a special focus on China. And I think it's going to take some courage on the part of leaders in academia to basically decide if they want to stay the course. It's going to be tougher. My own view is education's really valuable in these kinds of tense times, and now's exactly the right time to continue investing in global education, even though it's going to be a lot harder. So I can't, I'm not in charge of anything anymore, but I have talked to 3 deans at other business schools who are absolutely committed to staying the course with global. But I'll just say one more thing. If you look at business schools, they've become very dependent on non-U.S. tuition. So in the case of a school like Wharton or Chicago, where I used to be, it's a really tricky situation just in terms of the finances. I don't think any dean of any U.S. business school, when they were thinking about risk, said, oh, we might lose a lot of tuition-paying students because of visa issues. Wow.
Yeah, but the thing is also, if you go global, you have a bigger demographic group to choose from, because you have 7.8 billion as opposed to 330 million. So if you're looking for the best and the brightest people to go to the university, wouldn't you naturally be global as opposed to just domestic?
Exactly. And if we end up having schools shift to the domestic population, they're going to have to dig deeper. And then when, let's say that Yale gets a student who says yes from Indiana or California or wherever in the US, and then the person gets admitted to, say, Wharton, it's going to just cascade.
Right.
And the schools, if they're going to focus on the domestic audience, they're going to have to dig very deeply in terms of quality compared to what you just described.
Yeah,
where you're bringing the best and the brightest from all over.
Right. And then when you do bring them in, let me ask you about the curriculum, because it seems to me that the curriculum in the general education system is basically 19th century. And I think we're in like the 21st century. And do you guys actually create classes in some of the leading edge areas like fintech, which I found out to be a big area, cryptocurrency, which is a big area, some of the entrepreneurship, big area? Are there
cybersecurity?
Cybersecurity is a big area. Is Yale designed to move as fast to these new areas? Like fintech, I was shocked to see how big fintech was. I went to a big fintech conference called Money 2020 in Las Vegas. 11,000 people showed up. As a matter of fact, that's where we met John Scully, right? Kim, who was the CEO of Apple Computer. He was investing in fintech. I was going.
And Apple Dell.
Oh yeah, we met with Adam Dell there also.
Michael and Adam.
Dell and Adam were there. So the thing is, fintech all of a sudden is this huge thing, and I'm going, what are you guys doing here? Has Yale moved their curriculum to stay with the things that are developing the 21st century, like fintech?
Can I tell a story as I get older? I like to tell stories.
Sure, yeah.
Yes, please do. I love stories.
I remember getting to know Michael Dell a little bit. I invited him, and he didn't. He dropped out of college, so his highest degree earned is high school, and he deploys that line very well every once in a while, where somebody would ask him a really tough question, and he just says, "Well, I just can't tell you because I didn't learn that in high school." He's a very cool guy. But
you can afford to be very cool.
yeah, but this also goes to another thing, because we're just discussing entrepreneurship, which is also a big area. And I had applied to be on several universities' faculty as professor of entrepreneurship because I had bootstrapped 3 multi-million-dollar companies after the last 37 years. And I thought, well, I bootstrapped them, which is hard to do, by the way. I could tell you that, rather than do the venture capital thing, which unfortunately I don't have an education in that area. But they all wanted a PhD in entrepreneurship. And I said, wait a minute, I finished my JD and my LLM back in 1983. There was no PhD in entrepreneurships that were even available from 1983 till around 1996. By that time, I did all these companies. And then when I looked at the PhD in entrepreneurship, how can you be an entrepreneur and get a PhD in entrepreneurship? Because by definition, you're probably not an entrepreneur because you're a research guy. So how do you balance this?
People with PhDs and jobs in academics probably never sat down on the kitchen table and got out all the credit cards and added up all the lines of credit that they had and said, oh, should I actually draw all this stuff down and bet my personal credit, if not more, on that bootstrapping opportunity. But let me go back to your question about what academics are good at and how cutting edge are they. And the answer may disappoint you, but also confirm the reason why you asked the question. Typically, academics in business schools are good at one of two things: how individuals and teams and organizations work together, and leadership, sort of the inside the firm, inside the team stuff. And it's very classical psych-based education. And then the other thing that business schools are really good at are getting people, accountants, finance, economists, strategy people on how markets work. But the people that get into those jobs are classically trained psych or econ people. And it's hard for them to stay on the cutting edge. I would say a lot of schools do a pretty good job by bringing in non-traditional academics. But the other thing that goes a little bit beyond your question, but I think it's relevant. One of the things that people today really need to figure out is I don't have a good word for it, but it's complexity. And nobody can teach complexity, but I think you have to position yourself, whether you're at a business school or in any other realm, you have to position yourself where you connect with people outside your own individual space, whether it's function or geography, because to be effective, you really have to adapt all the time. So I think some business schools have done a better job of being part of that flow where students are confronted with, say, global virtual teams, or working across campus, or actually getting in the field and having a capstone experience where they have to apply this stuff. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to actual fintech courses and cutting edge stuff like that, I would give us a B, but a B in something so important probably might be a pretty bad grade.
Yeah. And the thing is, there's obviously a big area in venture capital and crowdfunding. I mean, there's some interesting classes. Obviously, I would like to take on crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, and venture capitalists, because we have on Wednesday, we have a startup group. And I found something very interesting working with the startups. They're a little more challenging than people would think. And mainly, Dr. Schneider, it's how they think, which they don't think like real business people do. Like some cases, they don't even show up. But venture capital becomes really important for their future. And are there any courses offered on venture capital and working with venture capitalists?
Yes.
Well,
and they're good ones. And, you beg, borrow, and steal. It turns out that Yale hired 4 really great finance people from Chicago during my time as dean. So, it's Chicago is very strong in those fields,
Sure.
but Yale is increasingly strong. And Yale's got a lot of good people in asset management broadly defined. In fact, one of the things that the school did recently was create a 1-year master program on asset management.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, no, that is
very
impressive. And see, I don't see Harvard, Yale, University of Chicago, or Stanford losing any ground to the school I teach at Northeastern anytime in the next decade. Because
Northeastern is an amazing success story. It's been documented, back probably 40 years ago. Northeastern was a commuter school.
Correct, right.
And it is now absolutely a powerhouse because it does what we just were talking about.
Sure.
Taking the classical knowledge and then positioning faculty and students where they have to apply it in these clinics and workshops and field studies, and it's terrific. So being in Boston doesn't hurt either.
Boston is actually, when we did an analysis of the startup funds, and at least I live in now. I used to live in Seattle, but my grandkids are here, so I live in the Raleigh-Durham area of Research Triangle Park. And I don't know, they tout Duke University, North Carolina State, all within about 10 miles of each other. And the Research Triangle Park. Okay, here's what they don't tell people. 40% of all venture capital is in Silicon Valley, 10% in Boston, Los Angeles, and in New York. Research Triangle Park, 0.075. That's it. In other words, Dr. Schneider, there's no money here. Which they don't tell the kids.
There's not only no money here, they don't teach you how to raise money here, and that's one of the reasons why. But when I went out and raised my money, Nick, and I raised 134 million, I didn't raise it here. I didn't get that money. I got it West Coast, baby.
Right. You got to go to Silicon Valley, or you got to go to Boston.
I believe in an old-fashioned business plan. I hate these pitch decks. I hate them. And if I were an investor today, and somebody just brought me a beautiful pitch deck, and they didn't have their business model together, my ears close off. They just boom. Okay, great. You got a great video. I knew this one gentleman. I'm not putting him down. I thought it was very smart on his part, because a lot of investors, they buy that beautiful Hollywood-made movie, but he had no product. He raised $30,000. He paid for a beautiful video of his product that didn't exist. It was awesome.
Here's the deal. So what you're doing now, your widget, your product or service, if you're doing the same thing now as your next year, you're out of business.
Yeah, you got to pivot
exponentially. You have to adapt to this exponential environment, especially with the COVID. We change our business model by the day because there's new headlines coming out. We got to adapt, to the environment. Like the rapid testing, the antibody test. It's like FDA's like, they give rapid approval. Okay, we could import these kits from China. Now they're like, oh, they're shutting down the import kits. You could only do it at a CLIA lab, a diagnostic lab. And they change the rules every day. So we're adapting, to the environments on a daily basis. If we put a pitch deck together or a video presentation, it's already obsolete by the next day, just like you were attuning to. So,
and then that's what irritates me right now is everything's pivoting so hard. But you got a lot of companies now that they're out of money, they're out of revenue. The stimulus did not pay the small businesses, like it said. I have had phone call and text after text. The stimulus didn't pay my company this, and they all got in the same time. And I'm like, they didn't pay me either. I put mine in on April 7th. I didn't get it. I have a confirmation number.
And hey, when Warren Buffett is down 50 billion and he dumped all the airlines, there's something already going on.
Warren, 50 billion. Did that even hurt him?
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, but I heard he dumped all the airline stocks, and frankly, I can't.
But why would you? Okay, so the airlines aren't making money. We're the only country flying, and we're flying 50%, according to my friend in business. But why dump now? I mean, is it going to be that bad? Because
Warren, he sees the writing on the wall. Warren only invests things he understands. He drinks Coca-Cola every day. He eats McDonald's. He can understand that. I don't know if he understands the airline industry as much. I think he's seeing the writing on the wall. People are going to think twice of flying in the future, And he
he said it's going to be a while before they come back.
Like, I'm not going to get in that spray machine. I mean, that's me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get in the spray machine.
Well, we have a solution for that, right?
But but I think that you're going to see something reverse here because people are going to have cabin fever. They're going to have been down a long time. They're going to recover some. And the first thing people do is they love to travel. They love to vacation. They love to spend their money they don't have. So I think the tourism is we're going to see a rise in it.
Right. Eventually,
I think we are. I think October is not a good time to plan.
Warren Buffett is looking at 2023 at the earliest for the airlines to come back to where they were today. So that's the reason he just dumped all the stocks, at least according to the reports that I'm aware of. Now, but education, which is also an interest of mine, Dr. Schneider, Professor Schneider, is Yale going to lose students, or are they going to have some problems? Are the classes going to be open? Are people going to be able to graduate? Or what are they doing right now in higher education? I try to read the Chronicle of Higher Education to keep up with it, but trying to keep up with everything is next to impossible. What are they doing at Yale in terms of getting students in the door? Are they going to have classes next year?
Yeah, short answer is I don't know. Harvard and Yale, I think, have both put out statements that say we're not sure if we're going to have in-person classes starting in the fall or not. Chicago put out this similar statement. I am actually chair of a network of business schools around the world. We have 31 members, 4 in Africa, multiple members in Latin America, a lot in Europe, China, Australia, etc., Canada, West Coast of the US. And we just did a survey about these kinds of questions. And everybody says they're not changing their degree portfolio. Everybody says we're keeping our enrollments targets where they were. So, if you think all of them are going to be able to do that, then I've got a bet for you.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when I started
on this, because we just had the board meeting in NC State, and I'm real proud of NC State because they did a lockdown turnaround, amazing. Like everything well, of course, it's an engineering computer school. Everything switched over to online instantly.
Yeah,
only the people who needed to get access to the labs, and they had to prove need of access, and they did this really quick and shifted. They've already taken the course that we're not going to have a physical graduation. They will do a march when things get better next year, that the people who want to march next year can, but everybody's going to get their certificate. But school's going to continue, but online. We're not going to do it. We made the decision, and we're going to do it starting in the fall. Everything's going to be online. their only thing that they're working on is making sure that we still maintain international students, and they're working on that. But I'm real proud of what they did, the pace that they did to make this change. Like Dr. Yu said, in today's time, you got to be able to change by the minute.
So Ed, I have an idea.
By the time you hear me speak, it's obsolete, right?
That's a perfect idea. Okay, so I grew up in Michigan, right? I'm a Spartan. I went to Michigan State. Our nemesis is U of M, right? What U of M did right is they made U of M Flint campus, U of M Dearborn. So people who couldn't afford to go to the main campus in Ann Arbor, they would just go in Flint or Dearborn, and you get the same degree. Employers don't ask which campus did you go to, right?
What's wrong with online education?
Yale University, the Beijing campus, you know, and you don't have to get a visa.
But what's wrong with online education? At Northeastern, where I teach, they developed the graduate tax program. I'm on faculty for 10 years now. When I started in Seattle and I live in Raleigh, but they developed the whole graduate tax program at Northeastern online 10 years ago. And the thing is, what's wrong with the online education? We've been doing it for a decade at Northeastern.
Well, the problem,
I don't see any real problem with that.
Campus culture, that's the main thing. You develop your socialization skills. You join a fraternity or sorority.
But see, wait, Doctor, that's for the people that want to have fun at education. Okay, join your country club. If you want to have fun. Hardcore education, you can do it online.
Yeah, but then you're living with your parents. You're 20 years old. You got to get out in the world.
Well, and the thing is the biggest, Nick, you and I know this, the biggest part of success is networking.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to
your funnest 4 years of your life, you don't worry about
Kim, I network online. I have 15,000 people I work with around the world on LinkedIn. I have 2,100 people that I work with
meet, Nick?
Different companies. Oh yeah, I met you personally. Okay, yeah, you have to do a certain amount of socialization.
All right.
North Carolina, High Point University. I think it's amazing with that.
We got a picture here.
We got a picture here. Yeah. Got to go check it out. Just a minute. What do we got?
Okay. Preface. The other thing that we learned from this survey is that faculty are embracing online. I mean, faculty and staff are stepping up at all these 31 business schools around the world. Now, what challenge or what opportunity or disruption does that create? This picture is my picture of the traditional education model. I call it the slice, not share model. So what I've tried to depict here is a quality pyramid. So it narrows at the top. And then what does an individual school like MSU or Northeastern or NC try to do? They try to get a slice of students high up in the quality pyramid. And it's the club. It's the, we're in this together. I want to become part of this group, these alumni. I want to interact with these faculty. But it limits the scale of individual schools. And it sort of gets reinforced by having most of the interaction on campus. But now it's major opportunity for schools that are willing to step out of this slice not share model and go for Yale campus Beijing, Yale campus Sao Paulo, Yale campus Bengaluru. We'll see.
Yale campus in New Delhi, right, Ankit?
We have a campus in Bangalore.
I mean, see, the thing is, the way I see Yale, they have the brand, they have the big lead, but just because you have the big lead doesn't mean you keep the big lead. As we know, a lot of the American companies like Blockbuster, how are they doing? Circuit City, they had a big lead. Just because you have the big lead doesn't mean you keep it, right?
Exactly, like in medicine, the general consensus is Harvard MDs buy their degrees. John Hopkins earns them.
I didn't hear that.
I read more John Hopkins papers than I do Harvard.
Oh yeah, they're the ones that have the map. They update the map every day. It's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, they're the ones I was reading during this COVID, when we were entering into the COVID crisis. So you're right. I mean, it's a matter of how do we maintain the quality of education moving forward. And actually, my biggest concern is we have students that are graduating that are not going to have a job to go to this year. That's been my concern. See, nobody's really been addressing this, and I did address this at our meeting, but it's been on the back burner because we've just been trying to just maintain right now, right? We've been putting out the fires and maintaining, but nobody has considered that all of these students that are graduating this year, and I actually spoke at the PhD's luncheon, was very honored to be there because it was early, way early, but they're all graduating, no jobs to go to.
And there's a lot of students in universities that, we want our tuition money back, room and board, and we're not getting the live campus experience. Sure, you're giving online classes, but we should get a partial refund. And I think there's something to that,
Well, there's going to be, and that impact on the universities as well, Edward. I mean, that's huge. Have you heard that in Yale? That's pretty interesting.
Well, Dr. Phillip is right. There's a lot of clamor around, we want partial tuition back. There are questions about, do people continue and work online towards their degree, or do they delay? And Kimberly, it ties into the question of, well, why rush? There's nothing out there in terms of jobs right now. So there's a lot of question marks in higher ed. Just to move back to last week, I think what we have, at least in a lot of economies, is a tale of two cities. There are people like me, fortunate. I'm among the 29% who can work at home and be reasonably productive. I mean, I like it. I may miss people and so on and so forth. But then there's 60%, 51% of the U.S. workforce works for small and medium companies.
Exactly.
And we're heading to mass unemployment.
Yes. I mean, well, it's not heading. We're there.
Yeah. So it's just I'm sort of segueing into the economics. I did want to tell you one more Nobel Prize economist.
Oh, wow.
Remember last week I told you about this guy, Charles Thibault, even though I misspelled his name. It's Tiebout. He's the guy who said competition within a country is good. And we're about to run 50 plus statewide experiments about how to open up the economy. And over time, people match up between policy approach services and, okay, I'm willing to live there and be a taxpayer. So that's Charles Thibault. The other Nobel Prize winner I wanted to bring into the conversation today is Herbert Simon. Simon, University of Pennsylvania guy, and he wrote a lot on a topic that became identified as bounded rationality. And he wrote a book back in the 1940s on administrative behavior, and basically said people can only keep up with so much information and make so many decisions, and then they just reach their logical limit. And then in 1972, he wrote a book called Human Problem Solving. So why do I bring Simon into this? I think that we have to realize that these government top-down lockdowns are blunt instruments, and they really don't, in my mind, match the problem of how do we actually open up the economy, which is so detailed and multidimensional. And right now, I think the country and the states have a big, sort of fork in the road. Do we use very simple, this is essential, you're in this county, that's all that can be open? Or do we put out more general information and let individuals exercise their judgment about how to open up, the gym and the barbershop and software company, in the restaurant, and so on and so forth.
And that's a good question, because there's right now, some places are allowing people to open, and there are a lot of people going, hey, why do they get to open and I don't? We saw that happen here, where they allowed one of the hobby shops to stay open, but the other one had to close. And it had nothing to do with operating or anything. Huh?
I grew up in Detroit, right? So, and I read people are losing their job. The economy is a mess there anyways, regardless of COVID. So people are losing their jobs. They can't pay their water bill. You know what the city did? They shut the water down for not paying their, and I'm like, this is the Great Lakes state. We have the largest fresh water supply. You could give it away. I mean, no wonder why they stormed the Capitol. And I think they had every right to. Hey, look, our right to conduct trade, freedom of speech, the First Amendment rights are taken away.
Small business.
Crazy.
Well, what I think is our leaders are not thinking about taking care of the people. They're thinking about taking care of themselves.
Well, yeah, all these Congress
that needs to stop.
they're protecting their agendas, and they make the wrong decision, get criticized. They're going to boot it out of office.
You can't be criticized for being too strict, and I think that's part of the problem. Because anything that happens,
it's on them.
That's COVID related, you're going to be blamed for, but you're not going to get credit for getting the economy going and helping people have healthy and safe lives and get on, because that's not what's on people's minds. But
people don't realize there's going to be just as much as more deaths of people getting depression because they're unemployed, stuck in their homes, domestic violence, child abuse, drugs and alcohol, stress, heart attacks from being stressed out, from being in your cave, lifestyle-related illnesses that it's going to surpass what COVID is causing. And the bottom line is, if you have a healthy immune system, you're good to go out. The solution is Korea, where my parents is from. They have mass testing, and if you're positive, you self-quarantine. Right? If you're negative, you build the antibodies, you got immunity, you can go out and conduct business. And now they're opening up the country, and they're still testing. Every gas station, there's the test. And that's how they're flattening the curve. But Korea it's a small country, it's easier. I know America's it's bigger, but still it's a proven model,
Dr. Phillip, here's my fact question, and anybody can answer it on the panel. I checked the CDC website. So if you take people who are 24 and younger in the United States, at the time, 65,000 people had tragically passed due to the disease. But if you focus on the population 24 and under, what do you think the number of deaths was as of a couple days ago? What's your over/under?
I would say definitely under 20, probably under 25. I think it was minuscule, but I'm not really sure.
Gosh, Nicholas, you're good. It turns out it was over 50, but under 100.
Over 50, under 100. Yeah, because the thing is, it really affected older people with pre-existing conditions. If you got rid of everybody over age 60, for example. So unfortunately, I would have to kiss everybody goodbye. That this would not be really a disease that people would look at.
But they know that it's killing younger people too.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah, but it's very rare. See, it does kill younger people, but it's really rare. But as you get older with pre-existing conditions, that's where it goes off the charts.
But
data.
Going to Dr. Phillip's point, age 25 to 54. That's my last question. I wanted to make sure everybody had a shot at that one. Mm-hmm. Out of 65,000 deaths, aged 25 to 54, these are data that the former dean of Kennedy School, Graham Allison, talked about the other day. So I'm not bright enough. I'm not going to take credit for his question, but how many deaths in that age group out of 65,000? in the U.S.
Yeah, can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, see, I can't get to my computer quick enough to cheat on this one, so I figure maybe it's about 600 or 700. I don't know though.
Yeah, so it was 2,700.
2,700, a lot more. Well, I'm doing a too big on the under.
But still, I mean, isn't the point that Dr. Phillips is right about if you're healthy and young?
Yeah.
Your risk of mortality is really low. Now, maybe you get sick, maybe you have to go in the hospital, but if you don't have a pre-existing condition, 2,700 people out of a country of 330 million. So, but nobody in government is talking about getting back to work using that information. At least I'm not aware of it.
Well, but we're talking about it on our show. Unfortunately, our show is globally. And one of the things that we talk about is just building your immunity and letting that be part of your getting back to work, right? And Dr. Yu has been bringing this up on a daily basis. Get out, get that sunshine. Dr. Art, same thing. If you want to sanitize your stuff, throw it in the sunshine. The sunshine is the best cure, not cure, but the best way to fight this, your immunity. And that's something that they didn't allow us to do over the years. They actually our better foods for us cost so much more. People were buying the junk food like Nick. Nick buys it because he likes it. Okay, I'm just going to tell you the truth. You got to have a case of Coke with Nick when you go on a set with him. But one of the things I believe is that our government needs to be cleaned out. All right. If we're doing a reset button, I think it's time. And, Jefferson said this, there just comes a time that we need to refresh our government, even with the blood of the patriots and the tyrants. For some reason, I go back to this speech occasionally because if we want to preserve our liberties, but actually, I think what he meant was preserve our health, right? Preserve the part which is wrong will be discontented in proportion to the importance of the facts. They misconceive the facts. So I'm just saying, occasionally we just have to clean out our government. And
listen, I don't listen to dead people 200 years ago. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people like to worship them, but I just don't buy it. This is the 21st century, not the 16th and 17th century. So whatever the quote forefathers said, great for the history books, but not looking forward. Now, looking forward, I do have some questions for Professor Schneider. This is very important. It's economics. Okay, we claim that China's communist, but how can they be? And the economy really bothers me. How can they be a communist country? So how can they be a communist and have the second most amount of billionaires in the world? Are they communist or not? That's what I was in
Beijing in 2008 during the Olympic Games because I was treating the athletes there, and what boggled my mind was.
Well, well, he froze up, but I didn't freeze up. Dr. Schneider, what's going on here? How can they be communists and have the second most?
Everyone has their own business there. Yeah. They're conducting. You don't know it's a communist country at all.
Well, is it or isn't it? I mean, you can't be both. You can't be communist. I mean, everything in economics doesn't make sense. People say, well, socialism is bad. They point to Venezuela and Cuba. Then they say socialism is good. They point to Sweden and Denmark. So which is it? I mean, I don't really care, but how can you be an economist and figure this stuff out? I don't get it. So since you're an economist, you figured it out, Professor Schneider. How do we explain all this stuff?
Okay, yeah, it's a communist party-run country, but I don't view it as a communist-style economy at all. And probably of all the places that I've traveled, China's been my number one. I have a great deal of respect for what they've achieved. I'm not an expert on China, but I think one of the answers to your question, Nicholas, is the personnel committee is part of virtually every organization in China. And they keep track of the people, but then the people can run their businesses. That's how I think about it. You got to play by the rules to some extent, but China's great at also just sort of well, we know you're violating the rules, but we're going to let you go and see how it turns out. So they're extraordinarily adaptive and practical, going back to Deng Xiaoping and Confucian thought. So I think of them as market-oriented. They've got the Communist Party exercising control through the personnel committees throughout the economy, and incredibly adaptive and industrious.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, okay. So you basically now, but then how do you make the argument when I hear people say socialism is good? Look at Denmark. Look at Sweden. Socialism is bad. Look at Venezuela and look at Cuba. So which is it? Is it good, bad, or what's going on here? How do you? I can't get my head around those two things.
Well, I share your question. I mean, I'm a free market guy.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that one of the pillars that has made the United States great, and even countries like Sweden have figured it out. They've moved towards more individual responsibility and entrepreneurship and innovation and enterprise-oriented thinking. I think that has to, and I see it in China too. I think that's the pillar that I personally value a lot, and I'm very skeptical of any top-down planning.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't work.
Right. And so the thing is, the free market economy does tend to have the better results. I mean, I guess if you looked at worldwide, because what happens is that Russia even broke down and created free markets and did a lot better. So did China. And from what I've seen, it seems to make more sense. But also, here's what I see about the quote free market people. The fact is they work hard. I mean, the thing is, they're given an opportunity and then they work really hard at it. And the real problem that I've seen with the quote social programs is that they don't work hard. In other words, they're basically disincentive pay, which just came out. Apparently, this new program, our new $2.2 trillion bailout. Some people get more on unemployment than they do for work. And I fell out of my chair. I said, what? Of course that's a disincentive, because it was a flat. I didn't know it was this much. I would have got
happening to our corporation. The majority of my staff, they don't want to come back. Oh, we're getting paid like $600
getting paid more.
Why would we come back? They don't realize it's only a few months they get this unemployment.
Come on.
Yeah.
You're getting 6 plus your unemployment not to work. I thought I should have got a job and then got on unemployment, and I would have been more than happy not to work. But I think the problem is this was passed so quickly. Rather than it being $600 a week, it should have been 50% of your unemployment in your state. Because here's the facts. In Boston, I'm glad this program was online. In Boston, to live up there, I looked at moving to teach there. I'm going, it is expensive to live in Boston. North Carolina, cheap. Okay, and the unemployment is different there, but they're treating it the same. So the person in North Carolina is getting $600 a week more plus their unemployment, which is a lot more money than it is in Boston. And so when they made it a flat $600 a week rather than a percentage of your unemployment from your state, it messed everything up. So people in Mississippi go, hey, I just won't work. And I go, I can't blame you.
Herbert Simon, human problem solving. There are limits. You can't let the government make these decisions all the time. They're just going to mess it up.
Lord.
Going back to Dr. Phillip, you mentioned you were from Korea, or your family's from Korea.
Yeah.
And let's remember, we've run these multi-decade experiments. We have North Korea, we have South Korea. I think before the split, North Korea was as wealthy as South Korea. We ran the same experiment in Germany. East Germany was slightly wealthier than the West. But, over time, which system works best? Markets.
Yeah.
And I'm worried that we're just going to forget these basic lessons and mess up everything.
Right.
Yeah. So the only employees that stuck around, and they even got their unemployment, they volunteered to work because they know in the future when unemployment's over, they'll have a company to come back to. Those are the A players.
Yeah.
They're hard to find in the US.
Hard to find.
Most millennials are entitled. Oh, I showed up. I deserve a paycheck. No, you got to work for it. You know, I built this company for my own hands, and they don't understand. You know, we're sticking our necks out, but these few employees that stayed on, I'm proud. In tough times, your A players will shine. And I'm like, well, COVID did me a favor. It got rid of these underperformers, and now you can hire an A player cheap because everyone's looking for a job. So, yeah.
Or you can, or you find your A players and you find out that they work more efficient. You know, many years ago when I opened up a phone company, my employees were so efficient that the other phone companies were having to send their employees to typing classes because we could provision twice as fast as they could. But I would have half the employees. But you find that they're more efficient, so you can pay them more. You have fewer, and you pay them more, and then you have your quality. You have the cream of the crop. So there's various ways to look at it, and but it's like you said, this is allowing you to. It's a bad way to do this, though, and I think that there's got to be a better way that we could have helped the people without the.
Well, the thing is, to get me, it was simple. All you do is it's a percentage of your unemployment compensation, and see that's the problem with our wonderful federal government. They make one rule that fits everybody, and it doesn't fit everybody. So the minute they made that one rule,
fix your connection.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. So Nick, to answer your question, well, is socialism a better model than capitalism? North Korea is like the extreme. You got extreme fascism. The dictators, he's told.
Are you there?
Korea, which is complete capitalism. And I think that's the answer. Yeah, the North Koreans are being fed a grain of rice a month, but most of them are starving. But South Korea, it's capitalism. It's a wealthy country now. They built themselves from poor farmers after the Korean War, and now they're like a global behemoth, Hyundai, you know, TVs, cell phones. It's amazing what that tiny country did in half a century, because of capitalism. Yeah.
So it's are y'all hearing a lot of static?
Yeah, it's kind of like a robot.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
Is it? I'll let the technician know.
But Ed, you have to know Dr. John Connolly. He was the former dean of medical school at New York University. You know John? Well, I know you guys know him. So when you're in an airplane and you go through the magazine, you know the top doctors, and they'll feature a doctor, right? That's his magazine, Dr. John Connolly. And so it's kind of funny how he was a dean, but he also had a side business as an entrepreneur, and he made this magazine in all the airlines, Top Doctor. And they legitimately may be a good physician, but the reality is you're paying to be in the magazine and as a top doctor. So yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, but isn't that what entrepreneurship is all about?
Exactly. Yeah.
In other words, the thing is, it's all about making changes. Do we have a static on this, Kim? Maybe it's her. I'm okay. Dr. You seem okay, and.
I was talking like a robot earlier, but
oh, you were okay. Yeah. Well, the internet is not 100% yet, but it certainly has improved a lot since we started doing this type of work 20 years ago. It has improved quite a bit.
So, Ed, did you live in Highland Park in Chicago?
No, I lived in Hyde Park.
Okay. Yeah, my brother used to live in Lincoln Park. He went to UNM undergrad, the Notre Dame MBA. He got a job with Kraft. Yeah. And then he lives in where does he live now? Glenview. He used to work for McDonald's. He was the world menu man at McDonald's in Oak Brook before they moved downtown. So yeah, I mean, I lived there too. But, yeah, that was my old stomping ground right there.
Oh, Professor Snyder, how many percentage of the students in the business school are international?
Yeah, it's about 45%.
45%. Okay.
That's huge.
Right. Yeah.
Kimberly, we're still getting this.
I know we're getting the static, but it seems to be it's not from.
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna see if it'll let me run a video. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working now. Wait. No. Yours
now
is
it sounds like an echo. Like somebody has two logins. I think that's what it sounds like. I don't know. Yeah.
I'll try to mute mine. Yours is working.
All right, talk. I have a great team. I have a really, really good team.
You have our IT people.
No, I just reached out and told them we're having problems. Okay. All right, we got it fixed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to wonder if you have your IT guys working on it because
they got it.
I don't even know what the problem is.
The value,
I don't either, but it's fixed.
You graduate, you got a $50,000. When I went to school, it's about 50 grand for a BS, Michigan State. Health education, great. What can I do with that? I'm working as a personal fitness trainer, right? So, but if you look at Michael Dell, he built hard drives in his dorm, and he said, "Oh, I'm going to make much more if I quit school." Tiger Woods left Stanford for golf, and then we have Bill Gates left Harvard for Microsoft, and Zuckerberg left Harvard for Facebook. So, yeah, definitely there should be more courses on entrepreneurship, definitely, because a lot of kids inherently they don't have that entrepreneurial mindset. I don't know if it's born with or something. Like I've always had a paper route. When I was 12, I sold, Kool-Aid on the. I don't know. I just had this thing about I love selling. I sold gummy bears in middle school and chiropractic. I ran a network marketing business on the side. I just had this entrepreneurial drive that the average American doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
called unemployable. You're just unemployable.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we had quite a few of the billionaires on our show, and they said part of the reason I'm a billionaire is I'm basically unemployable. That was kind of their attitude. That was interesting. But there was a good book written by Dr. Tom Stanley at Georgia State, The Millionaire Next Door, basically how to become a millionaire by saving, investing, saving. And unfortunately, it's not taught in many schools. I think the people that are millionaires have learned either lesson themselves or their parents teach it. But you do find out in practice, the people that are very successful learn to save and they learn to invest. And then there's a lot of people that's not what they're trained to do. And so they don't become a millionaire. And my personal belief is that your financial success means everything. There's the guy. Yeah. He's telling people don't get in debt.
I think he teaches a lot of basics that the average American doesn't. You live within your means. But I think there's a limitation what he's teaching. It applies to where he is in the country. I know the deep south, that part, it may not apply to someone in New York or California, but the principles are really sound. And if you are in debt, you cut your credit cards. 20% APR, and that's killing Americans. Pay down your larger debt. It makes sense for the average American that they don't get this education. So yeah, it's a start.
Yeah. Professor Snyder, do you guys teach financial education at Yale? Oh, can't hear him.
Oh, he's on mute.
Oh, good friend of mine. Yes, does teach course that basically pitches that I should sign off after this answer. Maybe get rid of it as well. But we have a guy who has written like 30 books. He's become a fan of index investing, and he teaches people how to make an extra million in wealth by just doing a few basic things. And it's just, it's very important. But, most kids growing up, they don't get any education. The business people are the bad guys. The bankers are the bad guys. The wealthy are the bad guys. And they watch, maybe I'm getting too old, but when is the last time you ever saw a cartoon or a movie or a TV show where somebody who was successful and wealthy was good. That's my pet peeve for the day. I look forward to joining you all again soon. And don't forget Herbert Simon.
Okay.
Governments cannot make complicated decisions for everyone.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Professor
I
Snyder.
look forward to you sharing these things because I like to read up on them. So thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And hopefully, namaste, and we'll have you on a future program. But thank you and for coming, and hopefully we'll see you again on IBM TV. Thank you.
I enjoy it so much, and it's a pleasure.
I enjoy seeing you too, Edward. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
It's hot today. I usually it's very cold. I'm in the
he's a top dean there. We gotta get
go look at his LinkedIn page. He was the former dean at University of Chicago Business School, former dean at Yale University Business School, current professor at Yale University School of Economics, and also he seems to be now a regular on IBM TV. So,
it's uncensored. He gets to speak his mind.
That's true. Yeah. We're uncensored. Well, when you speak about that, Dr. Yu, I did notice that our friends at Facebook censor a lot. I'm having a real problem with those people because I do a lot of marketing and talking on the internet, on Facebook. And
what keywords are they kind of shutting you down? Do you know the keywords or topics?
No, it's just a matter of I post to various different groups. Okay, to give you an idea. Okay, we'll take. Ankit actually does this, and I repost. He'll actually take one of our segments, and then he'll put it on Facebook, and then I have 180 groups. If this is an interesting area for that particular group, I'll repost on it, and of course I follow all their rules, and the extent I don't or our rules disagree, I just get out of the thing. Well, what happens is Facebook now comes back and says you're posting too many times. You're not allowed to post again for another day or two. And so what happens is that I'm being controlled by these people. But not only that, there's other things that I've done on messages and stuff like that. They go, you're doing too many messages, and they shut me down. And I'm going like, whoa. And
so here's the thing. Here's the new thing. So you got to get into text message. So this week, I signed up for this text marketing summit, and I'm going to learn it because think about it. It's not censored yet.
Right.
99%, 100% open rate with 6 seconds.
Sure.
Because your open rate in emails like maybe 4% or 10%. Yeah. And now Facebook's being, censored. So now I think text messaging marketing is going to be the future. But a lot of people are like, I don't want to bug my customers, but that's good. Because less people
I don't like text messaging marketing. I hate it. I hate my phone being text. I hate it.
There's various different ways.
I'm totally against it. I sat on a board with the president of AT&T was sitting there, and I accidentally got sent to the wrong meeting. So I sat and listened. It was kind of a joke because I was at CES. I was invited to come to this big meeting. And I go, okay, I'll go to this big engineering meeting. And the girl looked at me. She goes, no, you're supposed to be over there. So I went over there, and that meeting was where all the presidents of all of the AT&Ts and everything. Like, well, I'm going to sit here anyway. They had better breakfast. So I'm sitting there and I'm listening to them. They're talking about how remember when we were talking about the privacy and everything, they were talking about how they were getting all of everybody's information of everything they were doing. This was several years ago. The phones were being designed so they can track you, every move you make, so they could pop up ads. And I raised my hand and I go, you pop up an ad on my phone while I'm walking through a store.
Yeah, so that's the thing. If you're interested in something, I think you would want to get that. So it's how you do it. You say, can I send you information? Give them an opt-out. And it's compliant.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like spamming.
You're not spamming. Target.
It's like if Nick texted you about the next topic for the show, we're going to have to get a speaker. You're going to text each other like we do, right? About like test kits or something. Right. And it's a conversation. So That's the whole thing about this new texting marketing.
You target
conversation. It's not just spamming everyone, right? Then you'll be blacklisted. So there's a way to do it where you have, like, you don't have time to respond to every text, but you can predict what they're going to ask, and you can predict what your response should be, and you can program that. That's what they're going to teach.
You basically you target. And see, the thing is, that's what I usually do. I target. I go, if this is interesting for this group, I send it to that group. But I have about 180 groups. I have 15,000 people on LinkedIn. That's
what you could do is get
a lot of people,
a friend or family member or employee, have them make a Facebook group, and they can start posting your stuff. At least you're getting it out there. The problem is you're not going to have your people on your list, Right.
Yeah, they just don't have the people on the list. But marketing is actually very interesting. And even on IBM TV, we found something very interesting. This is hilarious. We were trying to get the guy who founded meetup.com on our show. Well, IBM TV, because we're web-based and we beam internationally, doesn't show up, and I didn't even know this, on the media approved list in the United States. He goes, well, I'm not going to be on this because we're not on the media approved list. What media?
Then you should say, that's why you should be, because we're not censored.
Like, what is this guy talking about? Now, he's the current CEO of meetup.com, and apparently they've gone through iterations of CEOs and, buyouts and all this other stuff. But it goes back to what I call the media snobbery, which exists in the United States. In other words, there's this hierarchy of media, but after going to NAPD meetings, what they're scared about is things like IBM TV, because they can't stop us. In other words, it's almost like, well, we'd like to put you out of business, but we can't figure out how to do it. Because we're an alternate form of media distribution. But the media has its own form of snobbery, which is quite interesting. And I was talking about education snobbery. Then along comes Dr. Schneider. So I figured I better be quiet about that. But see,
he agreed. He agreed. Right? He gets it.
But look, Yale and Harvard and University of Chicago and Stanford have a big lead in their brands. If you go to U.S. News World Report, this year they're going to be among the top 10. But they're always among the top 10. They'll be next year after. It's almost impossible for them to lose their lead.
I want everyone to see, do you have an app running somewhere on one of your devices? No app?
It's coming from you. I'm not kidding. When I stop your streaming, it stops. See, now it's gone.
It sounds like somebody has two.
No, it's coming from Kim. What I did is I beta tested. When I take Kim off, it's okay. So somewhere in her system, it's messed up, and I can't tell you where, because right now she's not streaming on, and we're all okay. So so the media has its own form of, education does. Now, the real question is, can you lose your top position? In other words, like if you're an executive at Yale, or I guess a dean, there's two schools. The number one thing is don't lose your lead, as opposed to gain more territory. Because if you gain more territory, there's a risk. So if they move into cybersecurity, if they move into Bitcoin, if they move into fintech, and they start creating courses in leading edge areas, there's a risk, because they're getting outside the mold and they're taking risks. And the number one thing they want to do is protect the position. In other words, don't lose is more important than gaining at that point in time. Where the smaller schools, or the less known ones, take risks. That's the reason the University of New Hampshire came out with the law school. I'm trying to get the dean on that. Came out with this huge IT entrepreneurship program for their law students. I think it's brilliant, because they pushed, I think, into the top 40 law schools already by taking that risk and moving into an area that was non-competitive, because law schools do not like to take a risk. I mean, the last thing they want to do is teach anything leading edge, and anything you do leading edge is a risk. And because you do stem cells, okay, that's risk, And I was reading through, Dr. Yu, all the Federal Trade Commission rules, and I was going, wow, the Federal Trade Commission is like I mean, it's like
they're going after
they go after everything.
Your claims have to be like, I can't say, and
I know
it's true.
Right. Okay, right. You can't say you're right.
Right. I can say that. Yes. Look, this research shows that
that's exactly right.
Reversing,
right. But you have to be You have to be very careful what you say.
Exactly.
On the air. And I totally appreciate that, because my partner is securities licensed and I'm law licensed, and I'm going like, the minute
I'm like, don't let the research say
exactly,
it.
Exactly. You can show
one of my friends in Michigan,
yep,
Dr. Moak, he has like 33 med spas in the country, and the FBI raided him because he was giving free vitamin C infusions to the chief of police from Detroit as a service. Hell, he's doing good work, but he said, like, yes, this vitamin C will, boost his immune system, and you can't say that, I guess.
Right.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's crazy, but the thing is, the Federal Trade Commission is really our thought police, or our what do they call it, our voice police. In other words, we have freedom of speech, except we don't. Okay. In other words, you have freedom of speech if you're willing to give up all your professional licenses. Then you have freedom of speech.
Yeah, they're the propaganda machine for the big pharma, unfortunately.
Yeah, the minute you have a professional license, you don't have complete.
So here's the thing: where we are in America. Here, let me share this screen.
Oh, you know how to do that? I've had problems with that.
I think I finally cracked the code.
Yeah, you have to break the code to do that. I was working on that this morning because oh wow.
You see that?
There we go. First Amendment that's under attack.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. I think this was written hundreds of years ago. It's probably outdated, but the basic principles of freedom of speech, freedom to conduct trade, freedom to pursue happiness is all being violated because of these four entities. Just read George Orwell's 1984. Because they're all tied into each other,
Right. I could bring on a constitutional law expert who could discuss this, who knows this a lot better than
where do we draw the line where, well, I can't say, vitamin C can enhance the immune system according to Linus Pauling, two-time Nobel Prize.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. You're right.
Where does it come where you're censored?
Well, I think you say you can't make any recommendations. However, in other words, you just have to be careful in what you say. However, there is research by Linus.
And all these riots from the country. Hey, we want to go to the beach. Now you're being told you can't. Your freedom to pursue happiness. Oh, I can't open up my business. Where does it come the line where? I think did the professor show that quote from Thomas Jefferson, or is that Kim?
Kim was showing
about, hey, bad blood clears out the bad blood every 20 years. Maybe we need to storm the Capitol.
Well, apparently they do in certain state capitals to try to influence the leaders to, and there are certain, I looked at, I said certain things there are correct, because like I said, my vacuum cleaner store should be open now because look, I was the only one there.
I'm like, man, my hair's so scruffy, I can't wait.
Yeah, in other words, there's some things
so
that
if I was a barber, I would just take my clients one at a time with the mask in the back door, or come to my garage at home. Guess what? You got to make a living, and you're providing a service.
That's the real problem. In other words, you have to make a living. You do everything you can to mitigate the possibility of the spread of the virus, and then you move on. But instead, it's just the way the government does. They do a hatchet to everything, and they cut everything.
It's funny because whenever you see the government, meetings or meeting at Congress, no one's wearing a mask. I mean, and they're right next to each other. Are you guys telling us something? Do you guys have? Immunity that you've been
well, maybe they all took COVID-19.
There you go.
I don't know. But the thing is, I've also sat on these government boards before, and they don't really they're nice people, and they all mean well, but if you say they're the best and the brightest, that's not really what you
talking to a wall sometimes. It's like, in Korea, so all the government, Congress, Senate hearings, in the U.S. they have a debate, right? And sometimes it does get a name calling.
Sure.
In Korea, the standard is name calling, and you rip each other's clothes. Yeah, you're not punching. Yeah, I'm serious. You throw things at each other. Yeah, it's a Korean thing. It's funny.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they do. Like I said, the government, at least the boards I've sat on, are very well meaningful people. Most of the work is meticulous, not sexy work at all. I mean, it's drudgery, basically.
Yeah.
And they do their best for what they have.
Like
but
being in a courtroom all day, it's like, man.
Yeah, no, exactly. In other words, the thing is, I think people have a total misperception of attorneys because they watch too much Hollywood, that you're on a trial and
yeah, Harry Hamlin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less than 7,
law.
maybe 3% of civil cases, I'm talking about, not criminal, but civil cases, 3 out of 100 will actually make it to trial. 97% will not go to trial. It's settled on summary judgment or through depositions and interrogatories. And most of the work is meticulous. You're filling out huge forms and you're writing these huge things. It's not sexy at all. Anybody who thinks law is sexy has never practiced law. Now, when you if you are a criminal prosecutor or defender, then you go to court. But even that today, most of it is not in the courtroom. It's basic interrogatories, depositions, exchange of information. Frankly, Dr. Yu, it's meticulous, boring work. But people think law is exciting, only because they don't know. It isn't. Okay, it is meticulous, boring work, and they just have to. I wish they would practice for a while, then they decide to go to law school, as opposed to, hey, I want to go to law school and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah. So the owner of my daughter's math academy, she went to U of M Law School and gave it up.
Yeah.
She didn't like the work, and now she's running this children's math academy. So yeah, you should get some experience and decide, oh, this is what I want to do, right?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that, and frankly, the law profession has been overcrowded since I graduated in 1984. There are more lawyers than there is demand for the legal work that's out there.
Yeah, that's why you have to market. So.
Yeah, and they don't teach you marketing.
Well, and that's good for you because you get it. So, yeah,
I definitely get it, and I also understand having sponsors are good. So we do have Lynn Shepard at the dollar store online. So Lynn, we're going to give you a little time to explain what's going on at the.
All right, I actually go out and I get to see my patients in my backyard in my Star Wars underwear.
Thanks for coming up, Dr. Yu.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. See you, Lynn.
Yes.
Nice to see you today. Right. So Nick, before I do this, 1989.
Yeah.
I was in Munich, and I had a meeting with the owner of a business.
Mm-hmm.
I was with the head of his U.S. operation, and he called him KK because his name was Kent. I can't remember his last name, but he called him KK.
Right.
And he said, KK, how many pages are a lease in the United States? And Kent goes like this with his fingers.
Sure.
And so this gentleman goes, these is a lease in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
These is a lease. We have fewer lawyers in all of Germany than you have in Washington, D.C.
Yes. That's probably true. And Washington, D.C. is actually the biggest bar in the United States. And you can actually specifically get admitted to the D.C. bar by waving in. I could have been admitted if I waved in years ago, but I had no interest in doing that. But it is a big bar association. So speaking about bars, do you have bars that are useful, such as soap bars?
So we have soap bars.
What do you got at the dollar store?
We have soap bars. We have patches. And actually, I've been having a problem with my shoulder, so I'm going to buy some patches today, some CBD patches, which I just got off of a Zoom call with a friend of mine who owns a dollar store on the West Coast, and it's his mother and stepfather have been putting the patches on, and they're pain-free. So it's my turn to buy. Was busy over the weekend, didn't get a chance, but I'll do that. Tonight I'm going to find out in our weekly owners call, I'll find out if we're going to have any new products this week or not. Right at the moment, I can't say that we do until they tell us tonight. But, we can't stop telling you about some of the women's cosmetics, which are really, really cheap, identical products to what you can get on one of the.
Wait, look at this. I see something on the Shepherd Family Dollar Store. Hold on just a second. So I guess this didn't refresh like it should have. Hold on. Let's see. All right, hold on. I'm going to switch screens. Hold on. This is interesting, folks. You got to see this. Oh my gosh. I wish Nick were here. Oh,
He'll be back.
Hold on. I have really bad sound today, so bear with me.
I think Nick left to do some of that boring legal work.
There you go. Check it out.
Whoa. Toilet paper. All right. See, I should have looked at my site before I got on today. So there you go. We have toilet paper. And we have the Munchkins. Isn't that what they are? No, they're not the Munchkins. What are they? Kimberly, can you hear me?
Kim, you need to unmute the mic. You need to unmute the mic. I think he's having problem with the system, and let me open the dollar store.
Oh, because she opened it?
I think there is some technical difficulties today. I am also having a lot of issues while doing the show, and I think Kim is also not able to hear us. Kim, can you unmute the mic?
No.
You can't do it? Let me handle it. So I'll share the screen, and then we'll just see what do we have.
I can actually hear you quite well, Lynn. I think Kim was having technical difficulties.
Yeah, she was having problems. So I was just going to say, because Kim loves the cosmetic stuff, I'll say what I said again last week when we were on the call. We found a product that's selling. Amazon selling for $67 plus $4 worth of shipping, and for us, you can buy it for $2 on our site. And if you become a customer, just click on Shop at the Dollar Store. Go click in, log on as a customer. You get $5 in rewards immediately that you can use on your first purchase. Every purchase carries with it additional rewards. So effectively, there's 10 cents for every dollar or $1 for every 10 that you might spend. But I must admit that I didn't realize, because I haven't been on my site today. I've been working on a couple of my other businesses, and I haven't looked. And there you have toilet paper. So,
aha! Toilet paper has
toilet paper.
Are you
toilet
kidding?
Paper and Minions. Wow. That's it. Not Munchkins, Minions.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not into Minions, but I know that Kim's into Minions.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also into that facial mask that you put on, and again, the stores carry it for $20 to $25, and we carry it for $2.
Mm-hmm.
So we have lots of great value on our store, and I just encourage people to go take a look, and sign up to become a customer. Because why not get $5 off? And delivery is free for orders over $25.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Now, I think we are out of munchies, because Nick, didn't you order all the munchies on the website?
Yeah, actually, I ordered paint brushes and screwdrivers and stuff because I bought a new home up in Raleigh. And my wife wanted to paint some of the closets. She's the painter. I don't know how to paint. I tried, but she did it. So we already used up quite a bit of the paint brushes and some of the equipment that was there. And it's all done. I bought a bunch of other stuff too. Matter of fact, I probably have pens around here because I always run out of pens in what I do. So I just bought a bunch of various different stuff. I wanted to buy the munchies, and then I thought, well, maybe my wife would see them rather than see. It's real hard because I got to sneak Pringles into my house because my wife sees it. She takes it away from me. You know?
Get a post office box and have it delivered to the post office. Then she'll never know.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm looking forward to the munchies. And for those who want to order on the dollar store online, just go to IBM TV, and you can actually press the button, the dollar store. I've done it, so I know it works. You go right to the dollar store online, and you can do your ordering, and everything's online, and then they deliver right to your house.
Right to your house.
Really great. So you don't have to go out and do that. You do all your shopping online. And this is going to be the wave of
it. Can I tell you what's happening in India? People are not willing to buy Chinese products. So they are avoiding the Chinese products in India. I'm not sure what's happening in the US, but they are looking for alternative products now. I mean, not the Chinese products.
Right.
Yeah. They're buying Indian products and American products, and 60% of these products are American.
American, correct.
Right.
Yep. So yeah, it's a shame, but people feel that way. Hey, look, early on when people heard of the coronavirus, there were people who wouldn't buy Corona beer because they thought it was creating the virus. But sometimes that's the way people think. Anyway, but we encourage you to go to the shepherdfamily.dollarstore.com or go to the IBM.TV website, click on the big green button, and sign yourself up as a customer.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you buy more than $25, it's free delivery, which I thought was pretty good also as well. And unfortunately, I have to be in the continental United States, and there's some of the munchies that are up there. And my next order will include the munchies. I just got to figure out how to sneak them in the house.
And the other thing is we are sponsoring the IBM.TV through Money Masters, which is the not-for-profit, which owns IBM.TV, because we really believe in the mission of providing financial education to generally young people, but originally starting for the underprivileged, to help them find a way to be able to get out of their circumstances by understanding how money works and how finances work. Mm-hmm. So we believe in that kind of a mission, and that's why we're happy to support the Money Masters and therefore IBM.TV.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. And we're actually going to devote Monday. Right now, we've been doing it for economists and the coronavirus, but we're going to devote Mondays more toward financial fitness and financial literacy. Tuesday, we have our celebrities. Wednesday, we do startups. Thursday, we do podcasters. Friday, we do medical doctors. Of course, they're welcome throughout the week. And then Saturday, we have chess. And then Sunday, we have music. But you were very happy today because we had a Pulitzer Prize winner, David K. Johnston, joined us earlier today. Wow. The former dean and current professor at Yale University's School of Business, Professor Schneider, also joined us today, as well as Dr. Yu. So we had some really good people on today. And what we're going to do is we're going to expand Monday to bring in more of the leading edge people in the world of economics and finance for Monday, and talk about some of the basic financial planning that people can do, because it is something that everybody needs to know about and work at, especially during the coronavirus when we don't know. A lot of people, they're not going to have jobs. I mean, they're out of jobs. They need that dollar to stretch more than ever, and the dollar store is one way to do it. So it's hopefully provides them that service to get goods and services at a reduced price. And so, yes, financial literacy and financial fitness is very important of our mission. I'm on a lot of Facebook pages, so to the extent where I get booted off every now and then because I see you're on too many, and people ask questions about IBM TV. So now I put down, it's a not-for-profit company. So I just start right there because they're always thinking, oh, this is a scam. You're trying to look for money. We're a not-for-profit company. So our goal and our mission is actually help serve the underserved markets. And yes, we start off at Money Masters PBS, but PBS, even though they have that mission, frankly, they're full. There's no programming available anymore on PBS for underserved markets. Mm-hmm. So if you're not on PBS now, good luck in ever getting on. But IBM TV, we do have a mission to serve the underserved markets, and we're expanding that mission. And that's the reason we want to help startups. Right. We want to help people in financial literacy. And we want to help actually the entertainment industry. We talked to them on Tuesday because they're basically out of business. People don't know that. And Thursday we do podcasters. And podcasting is a group that we're looking to work more and more with. But I'm just letting you know from my standpoint, unless I let people know we're a not-for-profit company, they think that we're trying to somehow get into their pockets and going like, That's not the mission of IBM TV. We have a very global mission, so it's good to have guys like Ankit involved. He brings us to that 1.3 billion people, and sooner or later we'll be able to also hopefully serve the people in India. And of course, Ramesh, he got Ramesh from Hong Kong, and that's very good. And Willie Hill comes usually on Wednesday from Australia. Because his mission is in the area of startups. So we got a lot of good people on board. Kim's on board, but the problem is the audio was coming through Kim. I hope her audio is working now. Kim, are you good now?
I have no idea.
Well, actually, you're good now. So I don't know.
It keeps going. I think what happened is Apple and I have been fighting over, I didn't want to do an update.
Yeah.
And they keep saying, well, no, we want you to do an update. And my Mac does this to me occasionally. All of a sudden, none of your tools work anymore. You can't use your computer. We want you to do an update. I don't want the update.
Yeah.
You're going to do the update. So they wanted to do an update. It was 10 gig of update.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Yeah, it takes a while. Well, I mean, it's
not takes a while. That's a lot of memory.
Yeah. Well, you got to have good computers today. I mean, I run this simultaneous. I got a Apple that I use over here as my backup computer, and the Dell. And frankly, I know Apple people like Apple, Dell people like Dell. I use them both interchangeably, whenever they work. But I carry two different systems. But I got a Lenovo, so I can run three computers. But I just want to let all the viewers know that Tuesday will be celebrity. Tuesday, so we usually have celebrities entertainment. Then Wednesday will be the startups. Thursday will be the podcasters. Friday, the doctors. Saturday, our chess and our children's programming. And then Sunday, we have Alexander May's great cafe, or musical cafe, which I think is a great program. And we're going to keep expanding our programming throughout, but at least between now and the end of the year, and hopefully add some really good programming for everybody. And of course, want to work with the people at the dollar store online. I think it's a great mission because people do need to learn how to save money. And what you do find out, if you ever read the book Millionaire Next Door, they do clip coupons. And I realized I started, for some reason, becoming much better off financially when I started clipping coupons. You don't save that much, but what happens, you develop an attitude of saving money and being frugal with your money. And that attitude makes all the difference. So it's something that we want to train people at IBM TV to be very careful with your finances, especially during the COVID-19 era. So
have them collect green stamps.
Do they still exist?
I don't think. I'm kidding.
I don't think they exist.
I don't think they do. Yeah.
We used to have green stamps years ago, but that was really great. But seriously, I kept wondering about my millionaire and multimillionaire clients. They always clip coupons. And I kept, are you kidding me? Because I was young and making a lot of money back then. I didn't do it. Then I realized after years ago, I know why they do it now. It's good habits and good practices.
It is.
It may not be the raw amount of dollars you save, but it makes you more aware of saving money. And that's the reason the dollar store can help anybody. Why pay more? It's just a good way to go.
A good gentleman from Philadelphia, and I have to plug him, Ben Franklin, said, "A penny saved is a penny earned."
That's true. Yeah.
And
then the thing is, then you put it in your, you put it, rather than put it to pay off credit cards, you put your money in investments and make money off of money. So
absolutely.
And we're going to spend more time on Monday, bring in financial planners and financial advisors so that they can help people develop plans and practices on how to save money. I think I have Tom Snell. I'm going to talk to him coming in next Monday to talk about, but we're going to bring quite a few people on there because financial education is so important. There's so few places you can get to it today. So, yes, we do like to thank Lynn and the Dollar Store Online for bringing us the opportunities in that area.
So just click on the green button.
Yeah, that's all you have to do is click on the green button. We
did. Don't order all of the munchies because Nick wants them.
There's toilet paper.
Well, we have toilet paper. Toilet paper Very important.
And the big green button takes you straight to the toilet paper. That's what I was trying to show you. If you click on the big green button, it goes straight to the toilet paper.
So very important because it's very difficult to get toilet
covered
in the U.S. So this is a way that you can get it shipped to you. Just go to IBM TV, shop at the dollar store, buy your toilet paper from IBM TV. And we're going to have to make a note of that, Kim, to our marketing affiliates so that they know that we have toilet paper now available.
I just posted it while I was waiting for this. I posted it on Facebook. Anybody needs toilet paper? I don't want to hear any more complaining. If you need toilet paper.
It's been real tough getting it. I was at Costco, Lynn, like last Saturday, which was only a couple days ago. You know how much toilet paper they have at Costco right now? Zero.
I was in the local store. Unfortunately, we have septic system, so we don't have sewers here, and we can't use the toilet paper that they had, which wasn't much to begin with, but unfortunately, we can't use that. So,
okay. Well, you can get it at the dollar store online. We're past the hour, so I think we're good, Kim. So are we going to do a sign off? Ankit, thank you, Lord. Mr. Ankit, let's get the.
Thank you.
I gotta go.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.